Chapter 8:13. The Infinite Dragon Spear had an infinite amount of black metal. It could continuously fuse with other precious metals to upgrade the Infinite Dragon Spear's grade. Although Supreme 9 Yang storage ring contained higher-grade spiritual weapons, such as LV7 and even LV8, there was no lack of spear-type spiritual weapons. However, although those spiritual weapons were of high quality, they had no potential and their grades were fixed. The Infinite Dragon Spear was Lu Ming's natal spiritual weapon and had unlimited potential. Naturally, Lu Ming chose to use the Infinite Dragon Spear. 3 hours later, the Infinite Dragon Spear let out a buzzing sound and shone brightly. LV6 Supreme Grade. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. After fusing with a piece of precious starmoon metal and adding Lu Ming's inscriptions, the Infinite Dragon Spear was upgraded to LV6 Supreme Grade. In the sky, there seemed to be an inscription power descending and fusing with Lu Ming's spiritual fire, causing his spiritual fire to slowly rise. This was the reward given to him by the law of inscription after refining an LV6 Supreme Grade spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was not satisfied with the LV6 Supreme Grade spiritual weapon. He took out another piece of precious metal and began to refine it. A day later, the Infinite Dragon Spear vibrated again and reached LV6 Supreme Grade. With Lu Ming's current inscription skills and good materials, it was not difficult for him to refine a LV6 Supreme Grade spiritual weapon. Next, Lu Ming wanted to refine the Infinite Dragon Spear to LV7, which was a little difficult. Lu Ming took out a few pieces of precious metal. Blue spiritual fire spread out, and Lu Ming began to refine it. This time, it took a total of 3 days. Buzz! The Infinite Dragon Spear vibrated continuously, and spear light shot up to the sky. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand and brought the Infinite Dragon Spear into the Temple of Paragon so as not to disturb Supreme 9 Yang. The Infinity Dragon Spear emitted a brilliant glow as a powerful aura spread out from it. LV7, Superior LV7. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, revealing a look of great joy. Success! Lu Ming had raised the Infinite Dragon Spear to the upper grade of the 7th rank. If others knew that he had forged a 7th rank spirit weapon, they would probably be scared to death. If an inscription master was able to create a peak or peerless spirit weapon of their own level, it would already be very impressive. To create a spirit weapon of a higher level was too difficult. Normal true inscription masters would not be able to do it. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the spirit weapon, the harder it was to refine it. And now, Lu Ming had only lit up one of his level 6 blue spirit lamps. If he could light up a few more, it wouldn't be impossible for him to refine a level 7 spirit lamp, or even a level 7 spirit lamp. Strands of inscription energy descended from the unseen world. Lu Ming's spirit flame kept growing stronger. Suddenly, the light of the second spirit lamp flashed, and a blue flame ignited. Lu Ming had lit up the second blue spirit lamp, and his spirit power was even stronger. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Holding the long spear in his hand, he waved it casually. The space trembled, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. Then, Lu Ming put away the Infinite Dragon Spear. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree is changing. Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared on another platform. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree was placed here. At this time, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was sparkling, and there were circles of light spreading out. A mysterious aura floated out. On the pitch-black branch, there was a green leaf. It was dark green and crystal clear. There were mysterious patterns on it, as if it contained the truth of the universe. And next to this dark green leaf, a second green leaf appeared. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming watered the mother spring on the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Sure enough, the mother spring was worthy of being called a rare treasure in the world. It successfully made the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grow a second leaf. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended. After a while, he opened his eyes, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree's second leaf had indeed greatly increased Lu Ming's comprehension speed. In the past, it was equivalent to 10 times the normal state. Now it was 20 times. Yes, under the Enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Ming's state of comprehension was 20 times the normal state. Lu Ming was naturally ecstatic. In this way, his cultivation speed could be increased again. The Enlightenment ancient tree was indeed a rare treasure in the world. In ancient times, only the strongest could possess it. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and quietly comprehended the will of heaven and earth. Soon, 7 days passed. Lu Ming went out and collected the blood essence of the demonic beasts that Wang Haoxian had sent. This time, there were 4 blood essences of demonic beasts in the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm and 3 blood essences of demonic beasts in the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. After refining, the 9 dragons' bloodline still did not advance. Just like this, every 7 days, Lu Ming refined the blood essence. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming had controlled Wang Haoxian. During this time, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects, especially in the will of heaven and earth and the thunder will, which had reached the lower 2nd level. The earth was also close. At this time, the 9 dragons' bloodline had finally reached its limit and was about to advance. This was the 4th time that Lu Ming had refined the blood essence of the demonic beasts that Wang Haoxian had sent. In the Temple of Paragon, roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared to the sky. Its body twisted and turned in the air. Its body was filled with light. As the 9 holes bloodline roared, its body began to grow longer and thicker. The scales on its body became brighter and more crystal clear. A claw extended from the 9 dragons' bloodline's abdomen. The 5th claw, 5 claws, a true dragon. After a while, a 1,000-meter-long true dragon with 5 claws under its abdomen appeared above Lu Ming's head. There was a golden chakra on the true dragon's body, shining with dazzling light. The 9 dragons' bloodline had finally advanced to the divine bloodline and transformed into a true dragon's body. Back, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared, its aura soaring to the sky. At this moment, in the depths of the 9 dragons' city, where the 3 dragon veins converged, there was a palace floating in the air. It seemed to be in the depths of the void. It could be seen, but could not be approached. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the void. This was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He wore a black battle robe and was tall and sturdy. His eyes were closed as he sat there quietly. However, from his body, there seemed to be a boundless majesty. It was as if this person was a peerless overlord, a peerless emperor who could dominate the universe and control countless lives. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, the entire world lit up. The surrounding space was instantly annihilated, as if it could not withstand the immense pressure and turned into a pitch-black, chaotic space. The 9 dragons' bloodline has finally appeared. It seems to have evolved to the divine bloodline. Xianxia, you've really put in a lot of effort to use a sealing technique to isolate the aura of the 9 dragons' blood essence. Unfortunately, you've underestimated your master. Master's methods are not something you can pry into. Even if there's a seal, I have my own detection technique. The 9 dragons' blood essence seems to be in 9 Dragons City. There's a treasure blocking it. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. After a while, he frowned slightly. Chapter 814. Xianxia, you must have found a young genius to be your successor, right? Do you want to take revenge on me? How naive. Since you're in 9 Dragon City, I will find you. Let's leave this matter to the ancient families. The middle-aged man whispered. Then, his lips moved, and he seemed to have said something. Soon, 6 middle-aged men walked in. Each and every one of these 6 middle-aged men possessed imposing auras. From a single glance, one could tell that they were people of high status and possessed the aura of an overlord. However, the 6 middle-aged men were extremely respectful before the black-clothed man. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 6 middle-aged men bowed and greeted him. Obviously, the middle-aged man in black was the ruler of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, one of the overlords of Eastern Wilderness, Martial Emperor D.E. The 6 middle-aged men who came later were the family heads of the 6 ancient families. May I know why your majesty has summoned the 6 of us? The family head of the Dongfang family bowed and asked. During this period of time, pay close attention to the geniuses in Nine Dragon City, especially those who have awakened the true dragon bloodline. If there are any, bring them here. Martial Emperor D.E. instructed. Yes. The 6 family heads bowed and accepted the order. Go. After Martial Emperor D.E. instructed, he closed his eyes again. The patriarchs of the 6 ancient families bowed and left. Roar. The 9 dragon bloodline roared and its aura was shocking. Whoosh. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragon bloodline, merging with it. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a true dragon and had the power to destroy the world. After a while, the 9 dragon bloodline shrank and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. I wonder if the 9 dragon bloodline has any other functions after becoming a divine bloodline? The devouring power should be stronger, right? I should find a chance to try it. Lu Ming thought excitedly as he sensed it carefully. All of a sudden, he felt a strange power in the 9 dragons' bloodline at his spine. This power was extremely terrifying, and Lu Ming seemed to be able to draw out this power at any time. What kind of power is this? I should go out and try it. Lu Ming left the Supreme Divine Palace and appeared on a mountain peak thousands of miles away. With a thought, Lu Ming drew out the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. This power was similar to true origin, but it was completely different. Lu Ming felt that the essence of this power was thousands of miles stronger than true essence. Roar! As soon as this energy was drawn out, it emitted an astonishing dragon roar. Then, this energy fused into Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's muscles swelled up and scales appeared on his skin. Dragon scales. These are dragon scales. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if his entire body was filled with boundless power. Boom! Lu Ming punched out. Everywhere his fist passed, the air turned into liquid and then evaporated. Space was like paper, folding in front of his fist. A terrifying fist energy exploded out. Boom! Boom! Wherever the fist energy passed, 7 huge mountains were pierced by the fist energy and exploded. Many demonic beasts roared crazily and were sent flying far away. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The power of this punch was terrifying. This was just a casual punch from Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? It's too strong. Lu Ming was shocked and excited at the same time. Dragon power, the power of a true dragon. Kid, this is the power of a true dragon. Dandin shouted on Lin Fan's shoulder. Dragon power? Lu Ming was puzzled. Dragon power is a power that only a true dragon can control. It's extremely powerful and is many times stronger than true origin. Kid, you can control dragon power? Dandin exclaimed. I can't control it. It's just a force born from the bloodline. Lu Ming arrived. While speaking, Lu Ming felt that the dragon power in his body was slowly weakening. Soon, the dragon power seemed to be exhausted. The dragon scales on Lu Ming's skin also disappeared. Why is it gone? Lu Ming was shocked. It couldn't be that it was exhausted just like that, right? Brat, don't worry. Once it's used up, it will recover. Even if it's just 1 strand, you've already made a fortune. The power of the dragon force is not something that Jin Yuan can compare to. You've seen the power just now. Dandin said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could this be the benefit of the 9 dragons bloodline being promoted to God realm? A dragon power was condensed in the bloodline. After Lu Ming unleashed it, his battle strength would increase greatly. This could be Lu Ming's trump card. I remember now. Kid, the bloodline you awakened, it can't be the 9 dragons bloodline, right? Dandin suddenly shouted, staring at Lu Ming. Yes, what's wrong? Lu Ming said. Haha, it's really the 9 dragons bloodline. How did you awaken it? Using the 9 dragons blood essence? Dandin asked again. Didn't you already know this? Lu Ming was speechless. Dandin was by his side every day. Dandin already knew his secret. I just thought it was familiar before. Now, I finally remember. 9 dragons, so It's that kid 9 dragons. It seems that it has died in battle. Dandan suddenly sighed. That kid 9 dragons? Lu Ming was a little speechless. However, he was used to Dandan's bragging tone. He asked curiously, Dandan, do you know 9 dragons? Nonsense, of course I know them. I'm the leader of the top 10 beasts. 9 dragons is also one of the top 10 beasts. I was the one who guided him back then. His devouring talent could be maximized. Haven't you mastered it too? Dandan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke like an old man. 9 dragons is also one of the top 10 beasts. Then one of the top 10 beasts. Lu Ming was very curious. He had heard Dandan talk about the top 10 beasts every day. He had long wanted to know. Kid, the top 10 beasts are existences that surpass the divine beasts. Each of them is unique and powerful. With your current cultivation, it's useless to know. I'll tell you later, Dandan said proudly. Forget it. I'll find out myself in the future, Lu Ming said. Then, he returned to the cave and continued to cultivate. After the 9 dragons bloodline was promoted to the divine rank, its devouring power had increased by dozens of times. The refining of blood essence was extremely fast. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, Lu Ming's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Supreme Nine Yang was also under the Soul Consolidating Tree and did not wake up. Time flew by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Soon, Lu Ming came to the wild beast forest. 5 months had passed. In these 5 months, Lu Ming had improved rapidly in all aspects. First, he lit 2 more paths of inscription. Just a few days ago, Lu Ming had lit a total of 4 blue spirit lamps. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated to the 5th step and was moving towards the 6th step. Chapter 8:15. Other than the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming also successfully integrated the concept of Earth into the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, making it a demigod martial skill. Lu Ming cultivated it to the highest level. With this, Lu Ming undoubtedly had many more tricks up his sleeves. As for the concept of heaven and earth, his progress was also very fast. Wind, fire, and thunder, the 3 concepts of heaven and earth had all reached the greater success of level 2. Only the concept of earth was stuck at the peak of level 2 initial success for several months. The concept of earth was very difficult to cultivate, and there were many bottlenecks. If he wanted to improve it, it would be much slower than the 9 common concepts. Most importantly, Lu Ming had to multitask. If he only cultivated 1 concept of earth, his speed would definitely be much faster. As the concept increased, his cultivation would naturally increase quickly as well. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Compared to 5 months ago, it had increased by 3 levels. Their overall combat strength was much stronger than it was 5 months ago. Such a huge improvement was inseparable from the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Of course, there was also the huge amount of resources left behind by Supreme Nine Sons. Lu Ming turned around and looked in the direction of Supreme Nine Sons. Supreme Nine Sons was still sitting cross-legged under the Soul Consolidating Tree. It had already been 5 months, and he had not moved at all. However, Supreme Nine Sons' remnant soul was much more condensed than 5 months ago, giving off a heavy feeling. The soul consolidating fruits on the 2 soul consolidating trees had long disappeared. Not only that, even the 2 soul consolidating trees had completely withered, turning into dead branches. Lu Ming had a feeling that Supreme Nine Sons would wake up soon. Shua! Lu Ming's figure moved, and he left the cave. It was time to collect the blood essence once every 7 days. Not long after, he saw a figure standing in the air, facing the wind. It was Wang Haoxian. Seeing Lu Ming come, Wang Haoxian waved his hand and threw 7 jade bottles to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming caught them, he threw the 7 empty jade bottles to Wang Haoxian. What do you want so much blood essence for? Are you refining pills? Wang Haoxian asked curiously. After 5 months, Wang Haoxian's state of mind had gradually calmed down. It seemed that she had gotten used to coming here every 7 days to hand over 7 sets of blood essence to meet Lu Ming. Over the past 5 months, Wang Haoxian had not asked Wang Haoxian's hand's blood essence. How about a battle with me? Lu Ming's mouth suddenly spoke after 5 months of tough cultivation. Lu Ming wanted to test the results of his cultivation. Wang Haoxian, hands is this. Wang Yi, heaven's god. Wang's fingers, hands is heavens. Hands, hand, eyes, hands. Wang Haoxian's eyes flashed. Eyes, I have my hands, there's hands, God's is. God's my's. God. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Fine, you asked for it. Wang Haoxian's eyes turned cold. Her body emitted blazing flames. She strode forward and threw a punch. The blazing fist radiance blasted toward Lu Ming. The infinite dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He waved it casually and shattered the fist radiance. No need to test me. Use your full strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Haoxian furrowed her brows slightly. Her punch just now had 80% of her strength from 5 months ago. If it had been 5 months ago, Lu Ming would definitely have been sent flying. But now, Lu Ming had defeated her fist gleam effortlessly. It seemed that Lu Ming had made great progress in the past 5 months. Boom! The next moment, Wang Haoxian's aura burst out. Instantly, it reached the peak of the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. But it was not the limit. The early stage of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, the middle stage of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, it kept increasing until it reached the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Obviously, Wang Haoxian's cultivation had also made great progress in the past few months. That was for sure. It was impossible that Lu Ming was the only one who was improving. Others were also improving all the time. Boom! Wang Haoxian stepped forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. That's right. Lu Ming laughed. His aura burst out. His long spear was like a dragon. With a thrust, a 4-color dragon flew out and pounced forward. With a boom, Wang Haoxian's fist radiance was shattered. Although the 4-color dragon became smaller, it still pounced forward. How can he be so strong? Wang Haoxian's expression changed. She waved her fists again, and 2 fist radiances were thrown out. 1 fist radiance and the 4-color dragon were shattered at the same time, while the other one blasted toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The spear radiance burst out. Lu Ming shattered Wang Haoxian's fist radiance with 1 spear and strode forward. The spear radiance was like a mountain, smashing toward Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian roared. Flames burned as she tried her best to fight with Lu Ming. But the more they fought, the more shocked Wang Haoxian was. She was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm, 1 level lower than her, but he was still suppressing her. What was surprising was that Lu Ming did not seem to be using bloodline martial arts. That was even more surprising. In fact, this was normal. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming's 4 types of mentalities had all broken through and improved. Wang Haoxian's mentalities had reached the 2nd level of perfection 5 months ago. Although it had improved in the past month, it was still at the 2nd level of perfection. So, in terms of mentalities, Lu Ming's improvement was much greater than hers. That was why Lu Ming could surpass 1 level and easily suppress her. No, I can't be defeated by him. Wang Haoxian roared in her heart. Above her head, purple flames appeared. Her body melted into the purple flames. The purple flames twisted and turned into a purple firebird, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Bloodline fusion. I've been waiting for this move. Lu Ming smiled. The infinite dragon spear disappeared, and a palm struck toward Wang Haoxian. Pong! As the palm struck, the space shook. The firebird screamed and flew back, turning back into Wang Haoxian's figure. Her face was pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming did not even use bloodline fusion. He defeated her bloodline fusion with 1 move and beat her back to her original form. How could it be so terrifying? She felt that the power of Lu Ming's palm strike seemed to be able to suppress the heaven and earth. making her feel that she could not resist. What followed was depression and dejection. 5 months. It had only been 5 months. 5 months ago, Lu Ming was no match for her at all. She chased him all over the place, and he was almost killed by her. 5 months later, even though her cultivation level had increased by 1 level, she was still easily defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. It was hard for her to accept. Would she still have any hope of revenge against Lu Ming in the future? Her hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wang Haoxian felt a sense of helplessness. This feeling of helplessness only came when she faced those monsters at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that Lu Ming could compete with those perverts? The hell-suppressing heaven skill is equivalent to an upper demigod martial technique. It's really powerful. Chapter 8:16. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had devoured more than 150 portions of blood essence from beasts above the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. It was impossible for his bloodline to not improve. The suppressing prison monument bloodline and the 9 dragons bloodline both improved by 1 level. Both bloodlines reached the 2nd level of the divine rank. When the suppressing prison monument bloodline reached the 2nd level of the divine rank, the power of the suppressing prison celestial skill skyrocketed again, reaching the power of an upper-grade half-god martial technique. However, it should be equivalent to the 1st level of an upper-grade half-god martial technique. Even so, its power was several times stronger than the highest level of a low-grade half-god martial technique. An upper-grade half-god martial technique could only be mastered by spirit embryo realm experts. Only then could they unleash its full power. Its power was terrifyingly strong. When a 9 dragons bloodline reached the 2nd level of the divine rank, Lu Ming discovered that there was actually an additional dragon power. There were 2 dragon powers in the bloodline. This made Lu Ming look forward to the bloodline's upgrade even more. However, it was even more difficult to upgrade the bloodline at the divine rank. However, the 3rd bloodline had not awakened yet. It was as if it was still brewing and accumulating. This made Lu Ming feel rather helpless. He could only wait. Let's go. Follow me to hunt beasts. Lu Ming instructed Wang Haoxian. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming almost did not engage in any battles. He spent almost all of his time cultivating. Cultivating blindly was not enough. There had to be a great battle. Only by combining the 2 could it be the path of martial cultivation. Lu Ming planned to kill beasts in the wild beast mountain range while obtaining blood essence. When Supreme 9 Suns woke up, he would head to the Ocean Cloud sect. Back then, he had made an appointment with Xianxia and Kong Jin to meet at the Ocean Cloud sect half a year later. Wang Haoxian bit her lips and followed behind Lu Ming. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Ming was too lazy to care. He and Wang Haoxian went deep into the wild beast mountain range to search for high-level beasts. Lu Ming was too lazy to hunt beasts in the 5th and 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Their blood essence was too weak for Lu Ming. He had to hunt beasts in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm at least. Soon, the 2 were 100,000 miles deep. Roar! A giant black bear, 10 meters tall with blood-red eyes, exuded a terrifying and powerful aura. This was a demonic beast at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, charging towards Lu Ming fearlessly. A spear light materialized in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the spear light pierced through the void and pierced through the head of the giant bear. Lu Ming could casually kill a normal peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Devouring power erupted from his palm, devouring the blood essence of the giant bear and refining it. The refining power of the 9 dragons bloodline of the divine realm was incomparably terrifying. In just a few minutes, the giant bear's blood essence was completely refined. The 2 continued to go deeper, and before long, an 8th layer spiritual ocean tier beast appeared, but was still easily killed by Lu Ming. The 2 of them advanced, and in a day's time, there were as many as 10 beasts in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and above that died at Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming used it to upgrade the prison suppressing steel's bloodline, but it was like throwing a stone into the ocean. It didn't cause any ripples. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from ahead. Sword chi soared into the sky, and there were roars of demonic beasts. Someone was fighting with demonic beasts. In the wild beast mountain range, there were often people who entered to hunt demonic beasts, obtain materials, and search for some spirit herbs. Lu Ming didn't mind, bypassing that place and continuing forward. Soon, they advanced another 10,000 miles. That seems to be a blood-stained flower. Suddenly, several spirit flowers appeared in front of them. The spirit flowers were dark red, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. Bloodstained flower was a 6th-level, high-grade spirit herb. Although Lu Ming didn't care much about it now, since he saw it, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Lu Ming was just about to walk over when a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the sky. A group of dark red flying insects flew towards Lu Ming and the others. There were too many of these dark red flying insects, at least 10,000 of them. Bloodstained bugs equivalent to peak king tier. Lu Ming's mind moved, recognizing these flying insects. Who? Lu Ming didn't make a move, but Wang Haoxian did. She waved her hand, and purple flames spread out, enveloping the sky. In the next moment, the 10,000 bloodstained bugs were burned to ashes. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Suddenly, shua, shua, the sound of air being torn apart rang out, and 7 or 8 figures flew over at extreme speed. Little guy, those bloodstained flowers are ours. An aged voice sounded, and 8 figures appeared, standing above Lu Ming and the others. A vast aura spread out. These 8 people were undoubtedly experts. 5 at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and 3 at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. No wonder they dared to go hundreds of thousands of miles deep into the wild beast mountain range. Of the 8 people, there were white-haired old men and middle-aged men. Get lost. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Little guy, what did you say? You're so young, and you don't know how to respect your elders? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. A short and fat old man's face revealed anger, and he stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. An enormous aura spread out, and the aura of the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier pressed down on Lu Ming. If you don't get lost, I'll kill him. Lu Ming didn't even look at the short and fat old man, and stepped toward the bloodstained flowers. These words were directed at Wang Haoxian. You're courting death. The short and fat old man shouted angrily, and a battle saber appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, and he slashed at Lu Ming. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of the old man, and a blazing aura spread out as a fist punched out. Pung! The short and fat old man was like a firework, instantly turning into flames and exploding, not even leaving behind ashes. Raging Flames Sky-Burning Art. The Wang family's Raging Flames Sky-Burning Art. So young, but so powerful. Could she be the Wang family's god-tier genius, Wang Haoxian? It should be her. The other 7 people cried out involuntarily. They came from a big force in Nine Dragon City, but that force was far inferior to the Wang family. Get lost or die, Wang Haoxian shouted coldly. Deep fear flashed in the eyes of the 7 people. Although their cultivation was high, they still had deep respect for such a god-tier genius. The combat power of a god-tier genius was too strong, and it couldn't be measured by cultivation at all. But what shocked them the most was that Wang Haoxian seemed to be taking orders from that young man. Just now, that young man completely ordered Wang Haoxian in a commanding tone. Who was that young man? It was unbelievable that he could order a god-tier genius like Wang Haoxian. They looked at Lu Ming, and their eyes flashed with respect. Haha, that was a misunderstanding. Let's go, we'll go immediately. The other 7 people laughed and flew forward quickly, going deep into the wild beast forest. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to them, and he casually picked the bloodstained flowers. Then, he continued to look for beasts to kill. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a few beast roars came from the front, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 8:17. These were two elders. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with terror as they fled. Behind them, there were several huge beasts chasing after them. The aura of those beasts was extremely terrifying, and they were beasts at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, the two old men also saw Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed towards Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian, shouting, "Save us! Save us!" Lu Ming frowned. These two old guys obviously wanted to draw trouble onto them. How could Lu Ming let them do as they wished? "Retreat," Lu Ming said softly, and retreated with Wang Haoxian. "Save us!" The two old men chased after Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian, and the few powerful beasts behind continued to chase after the two old men. "You two, you can't leave us in the lurch," the two old men shouted. "What did you take from those beasts? Otherwise, why would they chase after you so desperately?" Lu Ming snorted coldly. The two old men's faces changed, and one of them said, "We didn't take anything. We just went in deep and encountered these beasts chasing after us crazily. Our other companions were all killed by them, and only the two of us are left." The two old men spoke as they flew towards them. "Give me your storage rings, and I'll save you." Lu Ming sneered. These two old fellows must have taken something from those monstrous beasts. Otherwise, those monstrous beasts wouldn't be chasing them nonstop. You're robbing us," the two old men said. "If you don't give it to me, then scram. If you keep pestering me, I'll make a move," Lu Ming said. A cold look flashed in the two old men's eyes. Without saying a word, they kept pestering Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian, flying towards Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian. Since Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian didn't make a move, then they would drag them in. Roar! A huge black wolf roared furiously and charged over at the fastest speed. This giant wolf had battle prowess at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. With a swipe of its claw, it enveloped the old man, Lu Ming, and the others. The two old men screamed and ran for their lives. Boom! Wang Haoxian took a step forward and blasted out a blazing fist aura, which collided with the wolf claw. The giant wolf howled in anger. A large part of its paw was charred, but Wang Haoxian was also forced to retreat. The giant wolf's eyes were bloodshot. It howled crazily and pounced on the two old men without any regard for its life. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this time, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The infinite dragon spear appeared and swept out. The spear light expanded and formed a huge spear pillar that swept towards the two old men. "You can't." The two old men were shocked and used all their strength to block, but with their cultivation at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, how could they block Lu Ming's attack? They were struck by the spear ray until they spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies flew towards the giant wolf beast. Roar! The giant wolf demonic beast let out a long howl and swung out its claws. Under the despairing eyes of the two old men were torn apart. Then, the giant wolf beast opened its mouth and swallowed the storage rings of the two old men. It glanced at Lu Ming and the others and actually turned to leave. "Want to leave? Stay." How could Lu Ming let them leave? He strode forward and took several steps. Boom! Boom! 5 steps in a row, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded. The giant wolf beast howled as its huge body was stomped down and crashed into the ground below, creating a crater that was a few thousand meters deep. Roar! At this time, the other two beasts also pounced. These two beasts were a giant tiger and a giant snake, both of which had battle prowess at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. With a shake of the long spear, 2 rays of spear light shot out and pierced 2 wounds on the bodies of the two beasts. Blood flowed out. Roar! The fresh blood made the 2 demonic beasts even crazier as they pounced on Lu Ming. As for the giant wolf, it also started to struggle. It stomped on the ground, and the ground rumbled. Amid the flying gravel, the giant wolf dashed into the sky and charged towards Lu Ming. "You don't have to do anything. I'll do it." On the side, Wang Haoxian was about to make a move, but was stopped by Lu Ming. There were a few opponents that Lu Ming could use to practice. The long spear shook and danced out. Spear lights swept through the air and pierced towards the three beasts. The roars of the three demonic beasts were as loud as thunder, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Three types of attacks, flames, ice, and thunder, erupted from their bodies and charged toward Lu Ming. The giant tiger and the giant wolf had sharp claws like knives, and the body of the giant snake was like a steel whip. They had a terrifying attacking power. If one was hit, one's body would be torn apart. Lu Ming used the three absolutes of the dragon god, and occasionally used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to battle the three beasts at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and faintly had the upper hand. On the side, Wang Haoxian was extremely shocked. Lu Ming obviously hadn't burst out with his strongest battle prowess. He hadn't used any bloodline martial arts, and hadn't fused with divine rank bloodline. Yet he could suppress the three beasts at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. As for Lu Ming, he was only at the peak of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If it were her, unless she fused with divine rank bloodline, she could only suppress one of the beasts. At most, she could fight the three beasts to a draw. Jie. Just as Wang Haoxian's thoughts were flying, a shocking scream sounded out in the sky. A ray of silver light flashed, and in the next moment, it appeared in front of Wang Haoxian like the most terrifying heavenly blade, slashing towards Wang Haoxian's head. Wang Haoxian's pupils contracted rapidly. Flames spread out from his body as he punched out, and a blazing fist ray shot out. Pung! The silver light and the fist ray collided. In an instant, the fist ray dissipated, and the silver light slashed out again. Wang Haoxian's figure retreated rapidly, and at the same time, he punched out twice in succession. The two fist rays were scattered again, but they were slightly blocked. Wang Haoxian had time to prepare. His divine rank bloodline emerged, and Wang Haoxian fused with his bloodline, turning into a purple firebird, and pounced out. Pung! The purple firebird and the silver light collided. In the boom, the purple firebird flew back, and that silver light also stopped. It was a giant silver bird with a wingspan of 50 meters. Its entire body was silver, as if it was made of silver. Silver rock. Wang Haoxian's pupils contracted. The silver rock had the bloodline of the divine beast, the golden-winged rock, and was a descendant. It was extremely powerful, and ordinary beasts couldn't compare to it. Ordinary beasts were like ordinary human martial artists, and descendant beasts with divine beast bloodline were like human geniuses with powerful battle prowess, able to fight across levels. And the higher the concentration of divine beast bloodline, the stronger the talent, and the more powerful it was. This silver rock was also at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Jie. The silver rock screeched and pounced at Wang Haoxian again. Wang Haoxian had no choice but to flap his wings to face the enemy. But the silver rock's battle prowess was extremely powerful, much more powerful than the other three beasts combined. With only a few collisions, Wang Haoxian dispersed the flames and turned back into human form, spitting out blood. Shua! The silver rock turned into a silver lightning, and its wings were like heavenly blades, slashing at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's eyes were filled with despair. She couldn't dodge anymore. Pung! The next moment, a figure appeared in front of her, and with a palm strike, the silver rock was sent flying. Chapter 8:18. The one who appeared in front of Wang Haoxian was naturally Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's figure was taller and sturdier than usual. His skin was covered with dense scales, and his aura was extremely violent. Wang Haoxian looked in other directions and found that the three beasts had all been killed by Lu Ming. Jie. The silver rock shouted and pounced towards Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming stepped out and punched out, colliding with the silver rock's wing. Crack. The silver rock's huge body was sent flying, and it let out a mournful cry. One of its wings was deformed, and the bone had been broken by Lu Ming. The silver rock's blood-red eyes actually showed fear. It flapped its wings and turned around to leave. Still want to run? Lu Ming stepped out and caught up with the silver rock and stepped out. This step contained a violent force, and it hit the silver rock's back. The silver rock let out a mournful cry, and it fell to the ground. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and the long spear pierced the silver rock's heart, killing it. Wang Haoxian was shocked. This silver rock with the bloodline of the golden-winged rock was actually killed by Lu Ming with an unstoppable force. This silver rock had almost killed her just now. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. In this case, it would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill her now. Also, what kind of secret technique was that? It was so terrifying. His body was covered with scales like a beast, and his aura was violent and terrifying. Her heart was extremely complicated. In her eyes, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious, more and more unfathomable. Lu Ming flew down and secretly devoured the silver rock's blood essence. A burst of dragon force is indeed powerful, Lu Ming thought in his heart. Just now, he had unleashed a surge of dragon force. Coupled with the hell-suppressing heaven skill, his power had reached a terrifying level. He had killed 3 demon beasts in one go, blocked the silver rock's attack towards Wang Haoxian, and crushed the silver rock to death. I wonder how powerful it would be if 2 streams of dragon force were to burst out at the same time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. When a 9 dragons bloodline reached the 2nd level of the divine realm, there would be 2 dragon energies. Let's go. Let's get out of here, Lu Ming said. You don't want these corpses? Wang Haoxian asked. A total of 4 corpses of beasts in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, especially that silver rock. The materials on its body were extremely valuable. If you want it, take it. Lu Ming waved his hand. With the wealth left behind by Supreme 9 Sons, he didn't care about these demon beasts at all. The spirit stones exchanged for them wouldn't even be enough for him to swallow in a few mouthfuls. Finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped out. Wang Haoxian glanced at Lu Ming a few more times. After confirming that Lu Ming really didn't want it, she put away the 4 corpses. On a mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence. Wang Haoxian was at the side, guarding Lu Ming. The blood essence of the 4 beasts in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was extremely rich. However, with the refining power of the 9 dragons bloodline, it didn't take much time to completely refine it. All the power of the blood essence poured into the hell-suppressing monument bloodline. But the hell-suppressing monument bloodline still didn't advance and was still at the 2nd level of the divine realm. What did those guys steal from those demon beasts? And those demon beasts were a little different from other demon beasts. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The demon beasts in the wild beast forest were affected by the baleful aura and killing intent here. They were all incomparably violent and didn't fear death. They had lost their intelligence and wouldn't show any signs of fear. However, after those demon beasts were injured by Lu Ming, they showed fear. And that silver rock's fear was even stronger. It even turned and ran, which was different from other demon beasts, making Lu Ming feel a little strange. Could it be because of its high level? Lu Ming shook his head and didn't care about it for now. He planned to see what the 2 old men took from the demon beasts that caused the demon beasts to chase after them. Lu Ming looked through the 2 storage rings. There were some spirit crystals, some origin stones, medicinal pills, and secret manuals. Lu Ming didn't care much about them. In the end, Lu Ming found a metal box. This metal box wasn't big, but it was placed in a very important position. Lu Ming took it out and opened it. He found a red stone inside. The stone was the size of a fist. When a metal box was opened, the stone emitted a strange aura. Lu Ming immediately felt refreshed and refreshed. Could this be a soul-gathering stone? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The soul-gathering stone was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It had magical effects on the soul. Legend had it that when a person had just died and his soul had yet to disperse, if the soul-gathering stone was used to gather it, it could bring the person back to life. Of course, the legend was exaggerated, but it was very useful to the soul. Those guys must have taken the soul-gathering stone from the demonic beasts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Those demon beasts must have regained some of their intelligence because of the soul-gathering stone. That was why they were chasing after the two old men to take back the soul-gathering stone. This soul-gathering stone must be very useful to Senior Nine Sons. At this thought, Lu Ming was overjoyed. If Supreme Nine Sun's soul was strong enough, he might be able to revive in the future. Let's go back to the cave abode. Lu Ming got up and flew back to the cave abode with Wang Haoxian, a few thousand miles away from the cave abode. I will leave the wild beast forest in a month at most. During this time, you don't have to hunt demon beasts. Cultivate by yourself. When I leave, I will send you a message. Lu Ming instructed Wang Haoxian and flew back to the cave abode alone. Soon he returned. Supreme Nine Sons was still sitting there cross-legged. However, the soul-gathering tree was completely dried up and had no energy left. Lu Ming guessed that Supreme Nine Sons would wake up soon. As expected, Supreme Nine Sons woke up 3 days later. Senior Nine Sons, how is your recovery? Supreme Nine Sons bowed and asked. My soul power has increased a lot. I won't fall into a deep sleep so easily. Supreme Nine Sons smiled. That's good. Senior Nine Sons, I have a soul-gathering stone here. It might be useful to you. Lu Ming took out the soul-gathering stone and held it in his palm. Supreme Nine Sons' eyes lit up like two small suns. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the soul-gathering stone. After examining it for a while, he laughed out loud. It really is a soul-gathering stone. Haha, good. With this soul-gathering stone, my soul power will definitely recover by a large amount. At that time, I will be able to help you. It's good that it will be useful to you. Lu Ming was also very happy. Lu Ming, thank you. I will go back to the Temple of Paragon to refine it. Supreme Nine Sons wrapped the soul-gathering stone and turned into a ray of light. He rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. I will cultivate for a while more and then go to the Sea Cloud sect to meet up with Xiaoqing and the others. Chapter 819. Next, Lu Ming continued his seclusion. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. During this time, Lu Ming continued to use origin stones to break through, raising his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm. However, his earth concept was still stuck at the peak of the 2nd level, unable to break through to the 2nd level. At this time, there were less than 10 days left until the half-year agreement. Xiaoqing, Fatty, and the others have already come out of the Sky Vault Legacy grounds. I should also leave. Lu Ming thought. During this time, he and Xianxia had naturally communicated with each other. Otherwise, Xianxia would definitely be worried about Lu Ming's safety and would not be able to cultivate in peace. Knowing that each other was safe, Xianxia and Kong Jin could cultivate in peace in the Sky Vault Legacy grounds. And Lu Ming could also cultivate in peace and wait for Supreme Nine Sons. Lu Ming packed up and left the cave abode. He flew out of the wild beast forest at high speed. Thousands of miles away, on a mountain peak, Wang Haoxian stood against the wind. After seeing Lu Ming, she obediently followed behind Lu Ming and flew out together. Soon, they were out of the wild beast forest. Their bodies suddenly became lighter, and their speed soared. They turned into two streaks of light and flew towards the east. Half a day later, they were close to the Dragon Vein in the east. Lu Ming took Wang Haoxian and flew directly towards the Sea Cloud sect. Lu Ming, how have you been? When Lu Ming arrived at the Sea Cloud sect, Xiaoxian stepped out and said with a smile, Haha, Xiaoxian, congratulations on breaking through to the spiritual sea realm and becoming a spiritual sea realm almighty. Lu Ming glanced at Xiaoxian and saw that she had broken through to the spiritual sea realm. She was now at the peak of the 1st layer of the spiritual sea realm. I have broken through, but you should be even more unfathomable. Xiaoxian smiled. Then she looked at Wang Haoxian behind Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you have a great beauty by your side. Be careful that Miss Xianxia doesn't get jealous when she sees you. Don't worry, she's just my maid. Why would Xiaoqing be jealous? Lu Ming smiled. These words caused Wang Haoxian, who was standing behind Lu Ming, to grit her teeth and feel hatred in her heart. Servant girl? Xiao Xian was stunned, and then she looked at Wang Haoxian and said, "May I know your name?" Wang Haoxian glanced at Xiao Xian, snorted coldly, and did not answer. How could someone like Xiao Xian enter Wang Haoxian's eyes? She is Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming answered for her. So it's Miss Wang. What? Wang Haoxian? Which Wang Haoxian? Xiao Xian began to nod, but immediately reacted. Her pupils contracted as she looked at Lu Ming in shock and asked several questions. It's none other than Wang Haoxian from the ancient Wang family. Lu Ming said casually, "What? She is the god-level genius. Wang Haoxian? She is now your maid?" Xiao Xian's voice was trembling, and her eyes were full of shock. Who would believe that the god-level genius, Wang Haoxian, would become Lu Ming's maid? Xiao Xian thought that she was dreaming. Wang Haoxian gritted her teeth unhappily. She knew that if this matter were spread, her reputation would be ruined. But what could she do? She was also helpless. Well, let's not talk about this first. Xiao Qing and Fatty should be here soon, Lu Ming said casually, looking into the distance. Xiao Xian kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. This matter was simply too shocking. Soon, 2 rainbow lights appeared from the horizon and arrived in front of the Hai Yun sect in a few breaths. As the rainbow light dissipated, Xianxia and Kong Jin's figures appeared. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming, we meet again. I missed you so much. As soon as Kong Jin appeared, he laughed loudly and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. But the next moment, he looked around and saw Wang Haoxian standing behind Lu Ming. His butt seemed to be pricked by a needle, and his body jumped up like a round ball. Wang Haoxian, it's you? Why are you here? Fatty cried out in disbelief, and the aura on his body burst out. Peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. After half a year, Fatty's cultivation reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, only 1 step away from the 6th level. On the other side, Xianxia also burst out the cultivation of the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, and his eyes revealed killing intent as he stared at Wang Haoxian. What? Want to fight? You think you're my match? Wang Haoxian sneered, and a powerful aura burst out, pressing toward Fatty and Xianxia. What are you doing? Retract your aura. Lu Ming glanced at Wang Haoxian and snorted coldly. Wang Haoxian snorted, retracted her aura, and stood behind Lu Ming obediently. Seeing this scene, Fatty and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Don't be nervous. She is now my maid, Lu Ming said with a smile. Your maid? Fatty's mouth opened wider than a lamb leg, and Xianxia's eyes widened. Previously, Lu Ming and Xianxia didn't mention that Wang Haoxian had become his maid. The message transmission Jade Talisman couldn't explain clearly, and only said that he was fine and they didn't need to worry. So now, Xianxia and the others were naturally surprised. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia stared and said, It's like this. Lu Ming explained how he had subdued Wang Haoxian, but skipped the matter of Supreme Nine Suns. He only said that he had found the netherine grass by accident and refined it into netherine powder to control Wang Haoxian. Is that so? Lu Ming, I admire you so much. You have such a beauty to serve you every day. That's so cool. No, I also want to learn the art of inscription. I want to learn it too. Fatty was the first to shout, and his 2 small eyes were sparkling. It was as if he could already see countless women surrounding him and serving him as his servants. Fatty, don't talk nonsense. I have been cultivating alone during this period. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained. Lu Ming, you 2 have been in the wild beast forest during this period. A cold voice sounded. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian unkindly. Little Qing, although we have been in the wild beast forest, we have been cultivating separately. Lu Ming quickly explained. Young Master Lu Ming, the bed is ready. Do you need me to warm it for you? At this moment, Wang Haoxian spoke, which made Lu Ming's eyelids twitch. He turned around and stared at Wang Haoxian fiercely. However, He saw Wang Haoxian's mouth curl up slightly, revealing a trace of complacency. "Nest, this is revenge, a blatant revenge," Lu Ming shouted in his heart. As expected, Xianxia's silver teeth were tightly clenched together, and her eyes widened. She revealed a cold expression and squeezed out a sentence from her mouth. "Pervert, Lu Ming, you really haven't changed." I am innocent." Lu Ming was speechless. What did she mean by haven't changed? When did he become perverted? "Wang Haoxian, don't talk nonsense," Lu Ming scolded. Chapter 820. Nest, Lu Ming, you're too powerful. Wang Haoxian, that violent woman, was actually tamed by you. I admire you. Fatty touched the pot that didn't boil. Lu Ming, Xianxia screamed, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The sky demon force field enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He moved, penetrated the force field, and appeared beside Xianxia. He grabbed Xianxia by the waist. Xianxia's body trembled, and the force field disappeared. "Fool! Can't you see that she did it on purpose? I only have you in my heart. How can Wang Haoxian move my heart?" Lu Ming whispered in Xianxia's ear. This action was really intimate. Xianxia looked around and found that the fatty, Qiao Xian, and Wang Haoxian were staring at them with wide eyes. He immediately blushed and struggled. "Lu Ming, you let go of me. If you don't believe me, I won't let go," Lu Ming said with a grin. "I believe you." Xianxia admitted defeat. Lu Ming's arm loosened, and Xianxia flew out, his face red. "Haha, the weather is really good today. Sister Qiao Xian, don't you think so?" Fatty chuckled and turned his head to look elsewhere. Yes. Qiao Xian also turned to look elsewhere. This made Xianxia's face redder, and he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a grin. After fooling around, they started to chat. Xianxia and Kong Jin also had some fortuitous encounters in the Sky Dome relic. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, and their comprehension of concepts was far beyond Lu Ming. However, like Lu Ming, they hadn't awakened their 3rd bloodline yet, as if they were still accumulating power. "But now, you're no match for me," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Humph, don't be so smug. When I awaken my 3rd bloodline, I'll definitely defeat you." Xianxia snorted and pouted, especially when he looked at Wang Haoxian. His eyes were extremely unfriendly, as if he was still holding a grudge in his heart. As someone's coming, Lu Ming suddenly looked into the distance. A ray of sword light streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. When the sword light dissipated, a slender and beautiful woman appeared. Ting. Seeing this woman, the fatty was overjoyed and hurriedly went to greet her. This young woman was actually Ruan Ting. "Fatty, Lu Ming, Miss Nianqing, I didn't expect you to be here too." Ruan Ting was overjoyed to see Lu Ming and the others. "Ting, long time no see." Lu Ming and Xianxia also greeted Ruan Ting. They hadn't seen each other for half a year, and Ruan Ting had already gotten over that period of sadness. There was a heroic spirit about her, making her look heroic and cool. "Ting, aren't you cultivating in the Imperial Heavenly Guard? Why are you here?" the fatty asked. "I came with Brother Long Qianli." Recently, the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley sent out geniuses to challenge the geniuses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. On the Dragon Vein in the east, there were geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect blocking the entrance of a sacred ground. They were very arrogant. Brother Long Qianli wanted to come and meet them, so I followed him and headed to the Windsword sect to avenge my parents. Ruan Ting explained. The geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley are all here? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were stunned. Yes, I heard that the strongest batch of geniuses will come. For example, the geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect who are ranked below 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents are here. Ruan Ting said, "This is normal. Every time before the Battle of Providence, the Overlord forces will send their geniuses to the other party's territory. Their purpose is to test the strength of the other party's geniuses. In the past, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace also sent their geniuses to the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley are here together, Wang Haoxin said. She was a genius from the Wang clan and knew more about this. Lu Ming nodded. This was understandable. Although the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were archenemies, they didn't kill their envoys. When the other party's geniuses came, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace could only send their geniuses to meet the enemy. Ting Ting, let's go to the Wind Sword sect first. After we deal with the Wind Sword sect, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. He also wanted to see how strong the geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect were. All right, Ruan Ting Ting nodded. Then, the group headed to the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming could tell that Ruan Ting Ting's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. It was obvious that Ruan Ting Ting had been heavily groomed by the Emperor Heavenly Forbidden Guards in the past half a year. Together with the inheritance from the Blue Gold Supremacy, her cultivation had improved so quickly. Lu Ming and the others naturally weren't going to help Ruan Ting Ting take revenge. Back then, Lu Ming said that he would let Ruan Ting Ting take revenge herself. They were heading there together in case of any accidents. Soon, the mountain gate of the Wind Sword sect was in sight. Who's there? This is the Wind Sword sect. Stop right there. At the mountain gate of the Wind Sword sect, a disciple guarding the mountain shouted, "Don't you recognize me?" Ruan Ting Ting strode forward with a gloomy face. Ruan Ting Ting, you're Ruan Ting Ting. The disciple's face changed drastically. I won't kill you. Go and get old man Yi Fei to come out and die. Ruan Ting Ting said. You wait. The disciple turned around and ran away. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, a hurried bell sounded from the Wind Sword sect. Subsequently, a large number of figures appeared in the depths of the Wind Sword sect. Yi Fei, Yi Qing, and some elders of the Wind Sword sect. However, they stopped in the depths of the Wind Sword sect and didn't walk out. Yi Fei glanced at them solemnly and said, Ting Ting, what happened back then was our fault. However, because of this, the patriarch of the Wind Sword sect died in battle. Apart from that, a few experts also died. Qing Er's cultivation was also crippled. Can this matter end here? Shut up. Don't call my name. End? Sure. Wait until I chop off your head. Then it will naturally end. Ruan Ting Ting said coldly with an extremely dense, killing intent. During this period of time, she cultivated with all her might in hopes that she could kill her way into the Wind Sword sect one day and take revenge for her parents. How could this matter end so easily? Yi Fei's eyes were cold and didn't say anything. Since you guys aren't coming out, then I'll kill my way in. After Ruan Ting Ting said that, a sword chime sounded. A blue sword chi soared into the sky. As the sword chi crisscrossed, Ruan Ting Ting strode forward. 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. The faces of Yi Fei and the rest changed drastically in disbelief. Lu Ming looked around and revealed a cold smile. Let's go in and take a look too. Then, they followed closely behind Ruan Ting Ting and stepped out. Seeing that Lu Ming and the rest had stepped into the territory of the Wind Sword sect, Yi Fei's eyes were cold. Killing intent flashed as he shouted, "Formation rise!" Immediately after, densely packed inscriptions appeared all around the Wind Sword sect. Streaks of sword chi condensed in the air, and a powerful pressure spread out. This was a killing formation, a level 6 killing formation that was extremely powerful. Chapter 821. Although they didn't know the exact process of that incident, they heard that Ruan Ting Ting obtained a great opportunity. During this period of time, Yi Fei was deeply worried and hoping that Ruan Ting Ting would be killed in the cruel competition. At the same time, he was also making preparations. He paid a huge price to hire a level 6 true inscription master to inscribe a powerful killing array in the Wind Sword sect. As long as Ruan Ting Ting and Lu Ming stepped into the Wind Sword sect, he would activate the killing array and kill Lu Ming and the rest. Little bitch, I already gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Even a martial artist at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm would die if they stepped into this array. Now, let's see how you're going to kill me. Yi Fei's expression was extremely gloomy as he spoke coldly. Ruan Tingting raised her brows and cursed in her heart. She was too careless. Hee, sect leader Yi, you think you can kill us with this array? Aren't you too naive? At this moment, Lu Ming chuckled. It's more than enough to kill you all, Yi Fei said coldly, but a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In fact, the one he was most wary of wasn't Ruan Tingting, but Lu Ming and the rest. In his eyes, Lu Ming and the rest were unfathomable. Half a year ago, in that competition, their Windsword sect was completely defeated by Lu Ming and the rest. He built this array mostly to deal with Lu Ming and the rest. You think too highly of your formation. To be honest, I don't know what kind of inscription master you've hired. He's a complete piece of trash. You want to trap us with a trash formation? You're too naive. Lu Ming smiled. With that, he stepped out. With every step Lu Ming took, circles of dense inscriptions would appear on the ground. These inscriptions seemed to be alive and were actually swimming on the ground. Yi Fei's expression changed drastically as he cried out. You're also an inscription master? Do it, control the array, and kill them. In the surroundings, the grand formation shook. In the sky, endless sword qi converged, emitting a terrifying might as it pierced towards Lu Ming's group. Xianxia, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and even Wang Haoxian remained motionless, as if they did not see the sword qi. They had all witnessed how powerful Lu Ming's Tao of inscription was. However, Lu Ming still had a smile on his face. He stepped forward and whispered, "Break!" As his voice fell, the sword qi that was piercing towards them from all directions collapsed just like that. Pucci. The inscriptions around the Wind Sword sect were like fire falling into ice. They sizzled and disappeared without a trace. As Lu Ming's voice fell, the great array was broken. Yi Fei, Yi Qing, and some of the elders of the Wind Sword sect had a terrible change in expression. They turned pale and bloodless. Yi Fei paid a huge price to invite a 6th-level true inscription master and spent half a month to perfect the Great Array. The Great Array that could kill an expert at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm was actually broken by Lu Ming while he was talking and laughing. This was too shocking. Could it be that not only was Lu Ming's martial cultivation so powerful, but even his Tao of inscription was so terrifying? All his plans were useless in an instant. Their hearts turned cold and they felt despair. Ruan Tingting, don't you want revenge? If you want revenge, then do it yourself. Why did you call for help? Since it's like this, I admit defeat today. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Yi Fei called out to Ruan Tingting. Yi Fei, you don't have to use such a low-level method to provoke me. If it was a head-on battle, I wouldn't have interfered. Of course, I would have to interfere with things like arrays. Lu Ming smiled. You wouldn't interfere? You said it. Don't go back on your words. Yi Fei called out. Of course I won't. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ruan Tingting, what about you? Yi Fei was still worried and looked at Ruan Tingting. I'll kill you with my own hands. Ruan Tingting's answer was very obvious. All right, since it's like this, attack and kill this little bitch. Yi Fei clenched his teeth and said gloomily. Instantly, 2 old men charged out from behind Yi Fei, and a powerful aura spread out. 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Xiaoxian exclaimed. These 2 old men actually had the cultivation of the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The Windsword sect definitely didn't have such experts, and Yi Fei must have paid a huge price to invite them. What Yi Fei said just now was to make Lu Ming and the others not attack, and then let the 2 5th-level Spirit Sea realm experts kill Ruan Tingting. His intentions were vicious. Lu Ming, Tingting, Xiaoxian looked worriedly at Lu Ming. No worries, Tingting should be able to handle it, Lu Ming said. He had long seen that there were 2 5th-level Spirit Sea realm experts behind Yi Fei, but he believed in Ruan Tingting. Ruan Tingting received Venerable Lan Jin's inheritance, which was a god-tier cultivation technique. In addition, Ruan Tingting's talent was top-notch. Previously, she was just buried in the Windsword sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have received Venerable Lan Jin's inheritance. With a god-tier cultivation technique as a foundation and having cultivated in the Imperial Skyguard for so long, it wasn't a big problem for her to cross 2 levels to deal with 2 normal 5th-level Spirit Sea Realm experts. Clang! The sword ray whistled, and the blue sword Qi soared into the sky as if it could tear everything apart. Sword concept. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Ruan Tingting evolved the sword concept on the foundation of the gold concept. Kill! Ruan Tingting yelled and stepped forward. The sword Qi whistled and charged towards the 2 old men. The 2 old men unleashed their full strength, but after a few moves, they started to fall into a disadvantage. Ruan Tingting's blue sword ray was condensed from a god-tier cultivation technique, and in addition to the sword concept, it was simply indestructible. Xiao! Xiao! The sword Qi rampaged and tore apart the 2 old men's attack and defense. Spare us! The 2 old men wanted to beg for mercy, but the sword Qi pierced through the void and pierced through their throats. The 2 old men were dead. How could this be? Yi Fa, Yi Qing, and the others' faces were pale and filled with despair. Ruan Tingting's eyes flashed with killing intent as she stepped forward. The sword Qi soared into the sky as she walked towards Yi Fa. Tingting, Tingting, spare us. Back then, I treated you well. Yi Fa shouted and started to beg for mercy. Treated me well? Marrying me to the Qing River's 2 freaks in exchange for a fortuitous encounter for your children. That's treating me well? Using my parents to force me and causing them to pass away in the end. That's treating me well? Ruan Tingting sneered. That was just a moment of folly on my part. Tingting, if you kill me, the Windsword sect will no longer exist. It will fall apart and be erased from the world. Yi Fa didn't give up and continued to shout. What does the Windsword sect no longer exist have to do with me? Ruan Tingting was unmoved as she strode forward. The sword Qi whizzed out and pierced forward. A few elders of the Windsword sect roared and unleashed their full strength, wanting to block it, but it was all in vain. The sword Qi pierced through their foreheads. Run, run. The other upper echelons of the Sword Division sect ran for their lives. However, the sword Qi pierced through the air and killed them one by one. In the end, only Yi Fa and Yi Qing were left. The 2 of them trembled and their faces were pale. They were in despair. Back then, they had forced Ruan Tingting so much, and they definitely didn't expect this to happen. Clang! The sword Qi flashed, and Yi Fa and Yi Qing couldn't block it at all. The 2 figures fell down. Chapter 822. Father, Mother, Tingting has taken revenge for you. Ruan Tingting held her sword and muttered. Tingting, let's go. The upper echelons of the Windsword sect are all dead. They will be annexed by other factions soon. From then on, the Windsword sect will cease to exist. The fatty walked forward and patted Ruan Tingting's shoulder. He was afraid that Ruan Tingting would sink into hatred and killing, unable to extricate herself. Ruan Tingting took a deep breath and shook her sword. The blood on the sword evaporated. She kept her sword and smiled. Fatty, thank you. She then walked toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Miss Xia, thank you. The reason why she could reach this step and take revenge was all because of Lu Ming and the others. Back when she obtained the inheritance, the Luan family and the Jiang family chased after her. It was Lu Ming and the others who risked their lives to protect her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be where she was today. Since we are friends, there's no need to thank us. Let's go and see the prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Under the horrified gazes of many Wind Sword sect disciples, they left the Wind Sword sect and flew in the direction of the Dragon Vein. According to Ruan Tingting, the prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect had set up a battle platform at the entrance of a cultivation sacred ground in the Dragon Vein to challenge the prodigies of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It had been a few days, and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was at a disadvantage. That was why Long Qianli had brought people here, hoping to stabilize the situation. Before the War of Providence, a few overlord factions would send their prodigies here. Firstly, it could serve as a training ground and test their strength. Secondly, it was also a way to lower the morale of the other party. Lu Ming and the others flew in the direction of the Dragon Vein with Ruan Tingting. Unscathed Valley was a relatively famous cultivation sacred ground in the Dragon Vein that the Wang family occupied. This place was of a higher level than the 100 Supremes Mountain, and there were more prodigies cultivating here. For example, many quasi-god prodigies ranked 300th to 400th would choose to cultivate here. The prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect pulled up a stone platform from the ground at the entrance of Unscathed Valley and used it as a battle platform. 8 prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect stood on one side of the platform. They were all dressed in black robes and had cold smiles on their faces. Another sovereign of the Heavenly Corpse sect was standing in the middle of the platform, looking around. There were many figures around the fighting ring. They were all geniuses from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Long Qianli stood at the front. Are there only so few geniuses in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Who else wants to fight? In the middle of the fighting ring, the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect glanced around proudly. For a moment, no one dared to go up. Just now, that prodigy of the Heavenly Corpse sect had already defeated 3 prodigies in the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier in a row and was extremely powerful. Damn it! This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect must have gone through many rounds of selection. Those selected are all top-notch figures of different levels. Our Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace naturally has such figures as well. It's just that they aren't here at the moment. That's right. We were just caught off guard. The people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace started discussing fervently, feeling extremely indignant. The geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect were naturally the best in their respective realms. They were invincible in their own realms. How could they find so many experts in such a short time? Bloodsword 19. If you're capable, fight me. Long Qianli stepped out and stared at one of the 8 prodigies from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Bloodsword 19 was a god-level prodigy from the Heavenly Corpse sect, ranked 294th. Long Qianli was ranked 295th. Their rankings were similar. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a minute. Let the others fight first, and I'll fight you later. Bloodsword 19 looked at Long Qianli and sneered. Long Qianli's face darkened. In the past few days, the Heavenly Corpse sect had sent out their prodigies in the 2nd and 3rd layers of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace could not afford to lose again. 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Who wants to fight me? On the stone platform, the Heavenly Corpse sect disciples continued to challenge. I'll do it. A voice came from afar, and a streak of light flew over rapidly. Boom! Then, a figure landed on the stone platform. Guzhang, it's Guzhang. Guzhang, 359th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is a quasi-prodigy. Good, there's hope now. The crowd was somewhat excited. Finally, a quasi-prodigy in the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier came. Although the list of top 1,000 talents had not been updated for a long time, and countless geniuses had risen to prominence, the rankings of the previous list of top 1,000 talents no longer had any authority to determine the combat prowess of the current geniuses. Some prodigies rose, some progressed slowly, and some even soared into the sky and awakened the god-level bloodline. Therefore, the prodigies on the list of top 1,000 talents were now in a complete mess. However, it could still be used as a reference. Those who were previously ranked at the top would not be too weak. Guzhang, I hope you won't let me down, the Heavenly Corpse sect expert said. I hope so too, Guzhang said coldly. Then the two began to fight. But after a dozen moves, the crowd was shocked to find that Guzhang was completely suppressed and at a disadvantage. After another dozen moves, Guzhang was sent flying and coughing up blood. He was defeated again. Haha, you're really weak. Let me tell you, I'm not the strongest in the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. There are many more in the Heavenly Corpse sect who are stronger than me. The Heavenly Corpse sect genius sneered. What are you so proud of? It's just that our prodigies are not here now. At the exchange, half a month later, all the prodigies will be here. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Someone said indignantly. The Heavenly Corpse sect people sneered. They naturally knew that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would not only have so few prodigies. Many of them were in seclusion, but what did it matter? Their goal was to break the morale of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, a few more streams of light flew over from the sky, and 6 young figures appeared. The appearance of these figures immediately attracted many people's attention. This was because there were 4 young women in this group of 6. Each of them was extremely beautiful, especially Xianxia, who attracted many people's attention. These 6 people were naturally Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, it's you. Suddenly, there was a cold shout, and several figures flew out, their killing intent not concealed at all. Chaotic winds and clouds. A flash of killing intent appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The one who spoke just now was Luan Fengyan. Half a year ago, Luan Fengyan had ambushed and injured Xianxia with a bow. Lu Ming would never forget that. He did not expect to meet Luan Fengyan here again. Lu Ming, you guys have been hiding for half a year. Let's see where you can hide today. Luan Fengyan looked at Lu Ming and the rest with killing intent. His gaze paused on Ruan Tingting for a while before looking at Long Qianli. His only fear was Long Qianli. He was afraid that Long Qianli would interfere. Hiding for half a year? Lu Ming curled his lips. Lu Ming, we meet again. Suddenly, another person appeared from the crowd. A figure stepped into the sky. Wang Zhu. Chapter 823. He hadn't seen Wang Zhu since the Heaven King ranking battle. He should be cultivating in seclusion, but now he had appeared. What's wrong? You're looking for a beating after being defeated? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, I lost in the Battle of the Kings, but what's the big deal about losing in the King Realm? The Sea of Soul Realm is where the geniuses compete. Defeating you now is as easy as flipping my hand. Wang Zhu's body emitted a blazing aura. On the other side, the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect were watching with interest. They didn't expect the people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to have internal strife. They were naturally happy to see it happen. Long Qianli frowned slightly. He naturally recognized Lu Ming, but he had already helped Lu Ming and the others once. He couldn't interfere with Lu Ming's private matters every time. After all, the other party was an ancient family. Moreover, his gaze was fixed on Wang Haoxian, who was behind Lu Ming. He was very surprised. Why would Wang Haoxian stand behind Lu Ming? If Wang Haoxian attacked, he wasn't confident. Wang Zhu, why don't you let me deal with this person? Luan Fengyan looked at Wang Zhu. All right. Wang Zhu nodded. It would be best if Luan Fengyan could deal with Lu Ming. Whoosh. Just then, a figure flashed and blocked in front of Lu Ming. If you want to touch Lu Ming, you'll have to get through me first. Wang Haoxian said coldly. Wang Haoxian, what are you doing? Luan Fengyan's expression changed drastically. He naturally saw Wang Haoxian just now, and he was also curious. Why would Wang Haoxian come with Lu Ming and the others? He thought that it was on the way. If you want to touch Lu Ming, you'll have to defeat me first. Wang Haoxian said coldly. This made Luan Fengyan's expression turn even uglier. Wang Haoxian was a god-grade genius who had awakened a god-grade bloodline. How could he be a match for him? Wang Haoxian, why are you doing this? Wang Zhu asked with a bewildered gaze. He was from the same clan as Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian was an incomparably arrogant person. His talent was extremely high, and he was completely focused on cultivation. He had never treated others well, especially men. Apart from her brother Wang Haoyan, she had almost no friends. Now, she was actually standing in front of Lu Ming, helping Lu Ming block the enemy. This was somewhat inconceivable. Not only him, but the others were also in disbelief. Many people who didn't know Lu Ming were guessing who Lu Ming was to be able to make the god-level genius Wang Haoxian act like this. I'll spare you today for the sake of Wang Haoxian. Luan Fengyan said coldly. Then she turned around to leave. Did I say you could leave? Even if you're not looking for me, I'm looking for you. Lu Ming's voice rang out. He took a step forward and said, Wang Haoxian, There's no need for you to interfere. I'll deal with it myself. Chaos Wind and Cloud stopped and glanced at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian took 2 steps back, as if he was very obedient to Lu Ming and had no intention of interfering. This made many people feel surprised again. Chaos Wind and Cloud also frowned and said, Lu Ming, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then a powerful aura rose from his body. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Obviously, Chaos Wind and Cloud had made great progress in the past 6 months and had advanced to a higher level. A big bow appeared in his hand, and his aura became sharp. Swish! He stepped back and knocked an arrow. An arrow instantly traversed the space and shot toward Lu Ming. It was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Many people were secretly shocked. Chaos Wind and Cloud was indeed a quasi-genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. His combat strength was extremely powerful. Not many people at the same level could dodge this arrow. Xianxia, Fatty, and the others didn't move at all, as if they weren't worried at all. Lu Ming also didn't move and let the arrow hit him. It was as if Lu Ming didn't react at all. Lu Ming was going to be killed. This thought flashed through many people's minds. The arrow pierced through the air and shot toward Lu Ming's forehead in an instant. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. He stretched out a hand. Few people could see when he stretched out his hand, and he caught the arrow. The arrow stopped steadily in front of Lu Ming's forehead, less than an inch away from Lu Ming's forehead. Almost everyone widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming actually caught the arrow with his bare hand. This arrow was not shot by an ordinary person, but by Chaos Wind and Cloud, who had reached the peak of the 5th tier of the spiritual sea realm. It was absolutely terrifying and could kill an ordinary expert at the 7th tier of the spiritual sea realm. But Lu Ming casually caught it in his hand. This kind of visual impact was seriously too great, making people's minds go into a trance. Chaos Wind and Cloud, I haven't seen you for half a year, and you haven't improved at all. Lu Ming smiled slightly. His fingers exerted force, and the arrow in his hand shattered. Chaos Wind and Cloud's pupils shrank rapidly. She retreated quickly, and at the same time, the big bow in her hand drew again. Xiao! Xiao! The rapid arrow was a series of 9 arrows, and they formed a straight line. The arrows at the back collided with the arrows at the front, causing the arrows at the front to explosively increase in speed. As for the first arrow, its speed increased to a terrifying degree. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The arrow was shattered into pieces by the impact. Chaos Wind and Cloud was shocked and retreated quickly. Lu Ming took a few steps and appeared in front of Chaos Wind and Cloud in a flash. Chaos Wind and Cloud was terrified. She exploded with all her strength, and a battle blade appeared in her hand, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with a palm strike, and the battle blade shattered. Lu Ming clawed at Chaos Wind and Cloud's throat. Chaos Wind and Cloud Zhen Yuan was completely sealed, and she struggled in Lu Ming's hand. Everyone was shocked. Chaos Wind and Cloud was a quasi-prodigy and was extremely powerful. But in front of Lu Ming, she was like a chicken, unable to withstand a single blow. All of her attacks were easily broken and broken by Lu Ming. Those who knew about the battle at 100 Supremes Mountain were even more shocked. At that time, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by Chaos Wind and Cloud. But now, only half a year had passed, and Lu Ming's battle prowess had reached a terrifying level, completely crushing Chaos Wind and Cloud. It was truly terrifying. Let him go. Behind Chaos Wind and Cloud, 2 young men shouted and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Pung! Lu Ming kicked out, and the power of 9 dragons' sky stomping steps was contained within. The 2 young men were at the 6th layer of spiritual sea realm, but they weren't prodigies and were far weaker than Lu Ming. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Lu Ming's finger appeared in a ray of light, and he struck out. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere, and one of Chaos Wind and Cloud's arms flew out, and was cut off by Lu Ming. Chaos, wind, and cloud let out a low roar, and her body struggled with all her might. Lu Ming swung, and chaos, wind, and cloud was sent flying. This arm, I'll take it as paying you back for that sneak attack. If you can't accept it, you can come and fight me again, Lu Ming said coldly. Chaos, wind, and cloud roared, and used her martial arts to stop the bleeding. She looked at Lu Ming with hatred and shock. On the other side, Wang Ju's pupils contracted rapidly, and his heart was in turmoil. Wang Ju's battle prowess was powerful, and his talent was shocking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Heaven King ranking. Chapter 824. But now, he realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was unfathomable, and his battle prowess was even more terrifying. Even Wan Fengyun was crushed by Lu Ming. This made him extremely shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at him. Now, do you still want to fight? A calm voice sounded. Everyone's eyes gathered on Wang Ju. Still want to fight? There seemed to be no need to answer this question. Wan Fengyun was easily crushed. If he fought, he would be crushed even more miserably. Wang Ju's face turned green and then white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned into a beam of light, leaving the place without a fight. No one thought that Wang Ju was cowardly. Many even agreed with Wang Ju's decision. Facing an unbeatable opponent, perhaps retreating was the wisest choice. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned to Xianxia's side. In front of the stone platform, Long Qinli looked at Lu Ming. His eyes flashed. Now, he couldn't see through Lu Ming, which made him extremely shocked. He still remembered that half a year ago, Lu Ming and the others still had to rely on his reputation to get out of the 100 Supremes mountain. But now, in just half a year, Lu Ming already gave Long Qinli an unfathomable feeling. Interesting. On the stone platform, Blood Sword 19 sneered. Then he looked around again and said, since no one in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier wants to fight, then the 5th layer will fight. Xuanmeng, you go. Yes. Beside Blood Sword 19, a young man nodded and stepped out, appearing in the center of the stone platform. His aura bloomed. Peak of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Who wants to fight? Xuanmeng's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were as red as blood. Around the stone platform, it was silent. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had sent out top experts of all levels. Their battle prowess was almost invincible. This Xuanmeng was obviously such a figure. Without confidence, going up would only be embarrassing. I'll go. After a while, a young man in a red robe flew onto the fighting ring. Everyone recognized that this person was a Wang family half-deity level Heaven's Pride, his strength extremely powerful. Boom! The Wang clan's Heaven's favorite shouted and dashed towards the bloody light. Clang! The sound of swords filled the air as the blood-red sword qi increased in intensity. Blood qi exuded from Xuanmeng's body as he engaged in a fierce battle with the Wang clan's Heaven's favorite. The Heavenly Corpse sect's blood intent is extremely powerful. The Wang family is no match for them. Lu Ming shook his head. Sure enough, after a dozen or so moves, the Wang clan's prodigy was no match and was at a disadvantage. After a few more moves, he was beaten until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was defeated. Who else wants to fight? Xuanmeng continued to challenge Lin Fan with disdain in his eyes. Damn it, I'll fight you. A tall and sturdy young man roared and rushed onto the stone platform. However, this young man was even weaker than the geniuses of the Wang clan. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated. For a moment, no one went up to fight. It's a pity that Wan Fengyun was defeated. Originally, Wan Fengyun was an important battle force at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. He might be the strongest at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm and might be able to fight against Lin Fan. Now that Wan Fengyun's arm is broken, no one at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm can fight. Whispers of discussion could be heard all around. Wan Fengyun is nothing. Let me teach him how to behave. After the fatty heard this, he was instantly displeased. He grinned, carried his battle axe, and stepped onto the stone platform. Lu Ming and the others smiled, not worried about the fatty. In a battle of the same level, the fatty would not lose unless he encountered a prodigy who had awakened a divine bloodline. Brat, you're very arrogant. You want me to serve you? The fatty held the battle axe in one hand and spun it a few times in the air. The battle axe was like a door plank, bringing with it a gust of wind. He looked at Xue Meng provocatively, looking like a cocky expert. Can this fatty do it? Some people expressed their doubts. He should be able to, right? Back at the 100 Supremes Mountain, this fatty and Lu Ming fought against the experts of the Wan family and Zhang family together. The battle strength they displayed was also extremely powerful. Some people replied. Some people looked at the fatty with hope, hoping that he could win this round. Fight! Xue Meng was very straightforward. The blood-red sword Qi soared into the sky and slashed towards the fatty. Nest, I haven't even called for the fight to start, and you've already attacked. You're cheating. The fatty shouted and spun the battle axe in his hand, blocking in front of him. Dang! Xue Meng's sword Qi pierced the fatty's battle axe, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. How dare you sneak attack me? Take this. The fatty's battle axe shook, and Xue Meng felt a strong force. His expression changed, and he could not help but retreat. Once he retreated, what welcomed him was the fatty's storm-like attacks. The battle axe was like a whirlwind, continuously slashing towards Xue Meng. Every strike seemed to be able to split the sky. Xue Meng's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to block, but every time he blocked a strike, he would take a step back. After 10 consecutive strikes, Xue Meng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He won. The fatty had won with an overwhelming momentum. Many people did not even have time to react. Haha, you're so weak. The fatty laughed loudly. Great. Fatty, you're amazing. Many people laughed, revealing a carefree expression. They had finally won a match. They had lost too many matches in the past 2 days. Because they were caught off guard by the Heavenly Corp sect, they had lost many matches in a row. Now, they had finally won a match. Since this fatty is standing next to Lu Ming, he naturally won't be bad. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who can walk together are most likely geniuses of the same level. Indeed, the surrounding discussions made the fatty feel even more comfortable. Haha, Heavenly Corp sect, do you have any stronger people? Send them out quickly. I'll take care of them one by one. The battle axe in the fatty's hand swayed back and forth, causing a strong wind to howl. Humph. Blood Sword 19 snorted coldly. This time, among the prodigies in the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm that he had brought, Xue Meng was the strongest. He had thought that by catching the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace off guard, they would be able to win consecutively and dampen the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's morale. However, he had not expected a fatty to appear out of nowhere. Have you awakened a god-tier bloodline? Blood Sword 19 asked coldly. If the fatty was a god-tier prodigy who had awakened a god-tier bloodline, then even if he won, there would be no glory. Nonsense. If I had awakened a god-tier bloodline, why would I need to use so many moves to defeat him? One move would be enough. The fatty curled his lips. All right, you win this match, Blood Sword 19 said. He then looked at Long Qianli and said, Long Qianli, why don't we have a battle between god-tier prodigies? As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled and their eyes lit up. The main event was coming. It was finally the battle between the god-tier prodigies. Awakening a divine grade bloodline and not awakening a divine grade bloodline were two completely different concepts. Most of the prodigies had only awakened a king-tier bloodline, and many of them were only at the 9th level of the king tier. Chapter 825. The last time the list of top 1,000 talents was ranked, only the top 300 had awakened the divine bloodline. 300, including the Talisman Puppet sect, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the 3 hegemons of the 3 great treasure realms. There were hundreds of regions, but such a large territory only had 300 people. Even if there were some rising stars, there would not be too many of them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was rare to see a duel between divine-level talents. Clashes between god-grade geniuses would only occur before the Battle of Providence. As time passed, and the Battle of Providence drew closer, the number of clashes between god-grade geniuses would definitely increase and become more intense. Haha, Bloodsore 19, are you finally going to fight? I'll keep you company. Long Qianli laughed and stepped out, landing on the stone platform. Long Qianli, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to fight, but one of my junior brothers. Guei, you go ahead. Bloodsword 19 smiled. Swish! As soon as Bloodsword 19 finished speaking, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Long Qianli. So fast, many people were shocked. They did not see when Guei Yu appeared in front of Long Qianli. It was as if he had been standing there the whole time. Long Qianli frowned and said, "You're Guei Yu?" "That's right," Guei Yu said calmly. He looked very young, no more than 25 years old. Many people's eyes flashed because the name Guei Yu was unfamiliar. He was not on the list of top 1,000 talents at all. He should be a rising talent. Let's fight. Long Qianli was not careless at all. A strong aura emanated from his body, and a long black spear appeared in his hand. He was at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Like Wang Haoxian, Long Qianli's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. He stared at Guei Yu with bright eyes. Since Guei Yu dared to fight with him, he must be a divine-level talent. Long Qianli did not dare to underestimate him. To his surprise, Guei Yu shook his head and said, "You're no match for me." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. This guy is so arrogant. He didn't even fight and said that Long Qianli is no match for him. He's too narcissistic. That's right. Who is Long Qianli? A god-tier genius. How dare he boast so shamelessly? Damn it, Brother Long. Teach him a good lesson. Some people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace roared in anger, feeling extremely indignant. Come on, we haven't fought yet. You're too full of yourself. Long Qianli's eyes also revealed a trace of anger. To think that he would be looked down on even before the battle had even started. As a genius, it was only natural for him to feel displeased. Clang! A scimitar appeared in Guei Yu's hand as she said, "I already said that you're not my opponent. If you add her, then it'll be a little more interesting." Then, he pointed his scimitar at Wang Haoxian. "Wang Haoxian, you're also a god-tier genius. Come at me together. You and Long Qianli together. I'm interested in fighting," Guei Yu said faintly. His tone was not loud, but it revealed his strong confidence. Wang Haoxian frowned, and his eyes revealed a trace of sternness. Since he was being challenged in public, there was no reason for him not to fight. She looked at Lu Ming. If she wanted to fight, she had to get Lu Ming's approval. "If you want to fight, then go ahead." Lu Ming smiled slightly. This made many people's jaws drop. If Wang Haoxian wanted to fight, she had to get Lu Ming's approval? Could it be that Wang Haoxian had been conquered by Lu Ming and had become Lu Ming's woman? Many people could not help but have this thought. They looked at Lu Ming with a hint of jealousy and envy. Many people even showed a look of admiration. Even a woman like Wang Haoxian could be conquered. It was admirable. Oomph. Xianxia suddenly snorted in displeasure, and his lips curled up. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose, pretending not to see it. Wang Haoxian nodded, took a step forward, and appeared on the stone platform. "Long Qianli, since he wants to challenge me, then let's fight," Wang Haoxian said coldly. Her body exuded a terrifying heat, and purple flames burst out. "Well, since this person is so confident, I'm afraid he has some ability. Be careful." Long Qianli sent a message to Wang Haoxian, and the aura on his body became stronger. He pointed his long spear at Guei Yu and said, "Make your move." Hee, interesting. Guei Yu sneered, and a black light burst out from his body. In the black light, there were countless people screaming, emitting a horrifying aura. "Kill!" Guei Yu shouted, and his body disappeared in a flash. The next moment, a cold light slashed at Long Qianli's throat. Without a doubt, Gui Yu's cultivation was also at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Long Qianli's long spear shook and instantly whipped forward, clashing with the blade light. With a dang, the blade light was repelled, but in the next moment, the blade light appeared at Wang Haoxian's throat again. Wang Haoxian punched out continuously, and the blazing fist light burned everything. Boom! The blade light was defeated, and a figure appeared in front in a flash. It was Gui Yu. You have some skills. Now, let's get to the main topic. As soon as Gui Yu's voice faded, endless black qi filled the air. In the black qi, there were bursts of ghostly cries and wolf howls. On the stone platform, many people's faces turned pale, and they spat out blood. They were horrified, and they quickly retreated, roaring, "This is the evil ghost intent domain. Don't get too close." Many people quickly retreated, and they only dared to stop when they were far away. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a Zhen Yuan wall appeared in front of him, blocking the evil ghost intent domain. The evil ghost intent domain was extremely strange. Through the ghostly cries and howls, it could affect people's souls and minds. It was a type of intent domain that was similar to sound waves. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian's expression became serious, and they both burst out their intent domain to resist. Kill! At the same time, the two of them attacked at the same time. Violent attacks were launched at Gui Yu. Ghost Moon Blade Art. Gui Yu whispered. His body trembled, and he disappeared again. In the next moment, on the stone platform, countless blade lights suddenly flashed, and they continuously slashed at Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Each blade light was extremely powerful, and they were extremely fast. Moreover, the angles were extremely tricky, and no one knew where they would come from. It was as if blade light could come from any corner of the stone platform. What a strange cultivation technique. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he stared at the stone platform. Gui Yu's attack naturally could not escape his eyes. He found that Gui Yu's body seemed to have merged with the evil ghost intent domain. Wherever the evil ghost intent domain spread, his body could reach in an instant. It was fast and ruthless and extremely strange. In order to break this kind of attack, one could only use a strong method to break the evil ghost intent domain. Obviously, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had also thought of this. With a dragon roar, a three-headed demon dragon appeared above Long Qianli's head, and a golden chakra was extremely dazzling. Chapter 826. In the next moment, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian used their bloodline fusion and turned into a three-headed dragon and a purple firebird. Roar! The three heads of the three-headed dragon roared, and its dragon claws tore forward, as if it could tear the world in half. As for the violet flame bird, it cried out and spat out a violet flame that burned everything in its path. Boom! The space shook and countless blade lights exploded. The evil ghost intent was defeated, and Gui Yu's body appeared as he floated back. Hee hee, you've used all your trump cards. Then come. As he sneered, a moon appeared above Gui Yu's head. However, this moon was extremely strange. It was actually black, and there were ghostly shadows flickering on it. However, this was not the most shocking thing. What was shocking was that there were two golden chakras on the black moon that emitted dazzling golden light. Two golden chakras, a rank 2 divine realm bloodline. Gui Yu actually had a rank 2 divine realm bloodline. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shua! Gui Yu's body flashed, and his body merged with the black moon. Wang! The moon shook, and an endless amount of black light was emitted. Every ray of black light seemed to be a blade light that spread towards Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. A dragon roar sounded, and the three heads of the three-headed dragon spat out attacks of 3 different attributes. There were flames and lightning that spread forward. The purple firebird flapped its wings, and flames spread out. It was as if space was going to be burned through. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there was a violent roar. The stone stage below was instantly reduced to ashes. In the previous battle, Everyone had intentionally controlled their energy to prevent the stone stage from being destroyed. However, they could no longer control it now. The surrounding people retreated once again. Only Lu Ming, Bloodsword 19, and a few others remained still. Suppress. A cold shout came from the pitch-black moon. Everyone saw that the pitch-black moon was shining with a black light. It was like a ghostly moon falling towards Long, Qianli, and Wang Haoxian. Boom! With an intense explosion, the three-headed dragon and purple firebird were sent flying far away. They then rapidly shrank and turned back into Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian's true bodies. The two staggered back with pale faces and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Defeated. The two of them were defeated by Guiyu. He kill. The black moon laughed coldly and continued to press down on Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had both been defeated, yet Guiyu was still attacking. Was she trying to kill them? Despicable. Shameless. Stop. They've all lost. Around them, many people roared. However, the pitch-black moon did not seem to have any intention of stopping. It continued to bombard them. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian roared angrily and attacked. However, the two of them were already injured and had reverted to their true forms. Their strength was also somewhat weaker, so how could they block the attack? Immediately, the two of them were sent flying, drawing out two deep craters on the ground. Their faces paled as they coughed out another mouthful of blood. However, the pitch-black moon continued to press down. Despicable! How dare you attack me? Angry roars could be heard from the surroundings. Bloodsword 19 sneered. The pitch-black moon emitted a boundless might as it continued to press down. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared under the pitch-black moon. A palm strike was sent towards the pitch-black moon. Boom! The space seemed to be split apart, emitting a loud rumbling sound. The pitch-black moon shook violently and was then sent flying into the sky by a terrifying force. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, as if a person was striking the moon. A palm strike sent the moon flying. Everyone looked at the figure in shock. It's him, Lu Ming. A name appeared in everyone's mind. This figure was Lu Ming. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had already been defeated, but Guiyu was still attacking. Therefore, Lu Ming stepped in to stop her. It's you. How dare you stop me? I'll kill you too. An angry roar came from the pitch-black moon. The black light shone brightly, and those lights were like blades. However, Lu Ming stretched out his palm, and those blades were all shattered. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward, approaching the moon, and struck out with his palm. Bang! The pitch-black moon was like a rubber ball that was sent flying into the sky by Lu Ming's palm strike. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward, his body like a stream of light, instantly rushed into the sky and appeared above the black moon. A terrifying, devouring power burst out from his left hand, enveloping the pitch-black moon and causing it to shake violently. What's going on? My bloodline. The pitch-black moon let out a scream of horror. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming struck the pitch-black moon with his palm. The pitch-black moon instantly burst like a black balloon. Guiyu's figure emerged and fell towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ta! Lu Ming took a few steps forward, his body like a meteor, falling at an extremely fast speed. Violent energy blasted on Guiyu's body. Boom! Guiyu's body heavily hit the ground. Suddenly, the earth shook, gravel splashed, and smoke filled the air. How is it? Everyone's eyes stared at the place where the smoke and dust filled the air. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw a huge pit that was a few hundred meters wide and dozens of meters deep on the ground. Lu Ming's body stood straight in the middle of the pit. One of his feet was stepping on Guiyu's face. Guiyu was lying in the pit like a dead fish. His mouth was constantly vomiting blood, and his body was twitching nonstop. Guiyu had completely fainted. His body twitching was just an instinctive reaction. The scene suddenly quieted down, so quiet that only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Guiyu, who was incomparably arrogant and had defeated Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, was now being stepped on by Lu Ming like a dead fish. It was a tragic sight. From the beginning to the end, less than a minute had passed. The impact on everyone was too strong. Crushing, this was a complete crushing. In the next moment, the scene erupted into loud cheers. Ah, good hit, good step. This is too good. Wasn't this Yu very arrogant? A new rising prodigy who wanted to step on the older generation's prodigies is now a dead fish. Dare to be arrogant in Nine Dragons City. Don't you know how to write the word death? Many people laughed heartily as they expressed their happy thoughts. Long Qianli looked at Lu Ming with shock. He had just fought with Yu and knew how terrifying Yu was. He and Wang Haoxian were still crushed, but Yu was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not even activated his bloodline and had easily defeated Yu in his normal state. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm. He did not crush Yu with his profound cultivation, but with pure battle strength. Long Qianli smiled bitterly. It had only been half a year. Half a year ago, he did not put Lu Ming in his eyes. The reason why he brought them out of 100 Supremes Mountain was because of Lu Ming and the others' righteous behavior, as well as Ruan Tingting Sake. Chapter 827. Lu Ming was very calm. There was nothing to be proud of. He wasn't afraid of anyone at the same level. Although Yu's bloodline was at the 2nd level of the divine realm, his bloodline martial technique couldn't be at the upper grade demigod level like his. Yu's martial technique was only at the lower grade demigod level. Even if Yu's martial technique was also at the divine realm, he was still crushed by Lu Ming at the same level. Lu Ming didn't even use his dragon power or bloodline fusion to defeat Yu. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Bloodsword 19. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped on Yu and asked Bloodsword 19. Suddenly, everyone looked at Bloodsword 19. Lu Ming's intention was clear. He was challenging Bloodsword 19. Then, would Bloodsword 19 dare to accept the challenge? Bloodsword 19's face turned ugly. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. His bloodline was also at the 1st level of the divine realm. His battle power was similar to Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Yu was crushed. If he went up, wouldn't he be asking for humiliation? Don't think you're so great just because you defeated Yu. There are many divine realm geniuses at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm who are stronger than Yu. They just didn't come today. Do you dare to go to the gathering half a month later? Bloodsword 19 said coldly. Looks like you don't dare to fight. If you don't dare to fight, just say so. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get lost. Lu Ming kicked Yu, who was like a dead fish, towards Bloodsword 19. A Heavenly Corpse sect disciple walked out and caught Yu's body. Let's go, Bloodsword 19 shouted. Then, the group of Heavenly Corpse sect disciples ran away. Around them, many people looked at Lu Ming with awe, crushing Yu and forcing Bloodsword 19 to retreat. What kind of power was that? Especially Luan Fengyun and the disciples of the Luan family. They were terrified. Luan Fengyun stared blankly at Lu Ming. He still couldn't believe it. Half a year ago, Lu Ming had been suppressed by him and could only resist with the help of a raise. But half a year later, Lu Ming could easily crush those immortal realm prodigies, let alone him. God-tier bloodline. He must have awakened his God-tier bloodline in the blood pool with the token. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Thoughts flashed through Luan Fengyun's mind, and then she quietly left with a few young men from the Luan clan. Brother Lu, thank you. Long Qianli stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Brother Long, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, you've truly shocked me. In just half a year, you've actually reached such a level. I'm ashamed. Long Qianli sighed. The fact that Lu Ming could progress so quickly showed that Lu Ming's potential was much greater than his. His future was unpredictable. just like those who ranked at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, especially those who ranked in the top 20 or even the top 10. They were all unpredictable geniuses. I'm just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He brushed it off casually and did not talk about this topic. Long Qinli didn't say much and said, "Brother Lu, in half a month's time, there will be an exchange meeting under the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron in the First Dragon Vein. At that time, apart from the top 100 geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, most of the geniuses will participate. Even those powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley will participate. With Brother Lu's combat strength, you'll be a great help to our side at that time." "Aren't the top 100 prodigies going to participate? And the Talisman Puppet sect?" Lu Ming asked curiously. The Talisman Puppet sect has been in decline for the past few thousand years. Although it's still one of the 4 overlords in the Eastern Wilderness, it can't be compared to the other 3. In the past few hundred years, it's been very low-key and usually doesn't send anyone to participate. It's only during the Battle of Providence that they send their prodigies. Long Qinli nodded and explained. The top 100 prodigies on the list of top 1,000 talents are the key to the Battle of Providence, so they won't reveal themselves easily. Moreover, they're all training and cultivating in secret and dangerous places. They won't appear before the Battle of Providence. "Oh," Lu Ming nodded. "Brother Lu, I'll take my leave then," Long Qinli said. Then he looked at Ruan Tingting and said, "Tingting, are you going to join the Imperial Sky Imperial Guards with me, or keep your friends company?" "Brother Long, you go ahead. I'll stay with Xianxia, Lu Ming, and the rest." Ruan Tingting smiled. "All right." Long Qinli nodded. Then he cupped his fists at Lu Ming and the rest and left. "Lu Ming, you're so powerful. You're much more powerful than you were half a year ago." Xiao Xin flew in front of Lu Ming, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Ming. Her face was full of admiration and worship. Ahem. Lu Ming coughed a few times and touched his nose. He was a little embarrassed by Xiao Xin's gaze. Pervert, let's go." Xianxia walked over and snorted. She took Lu Ming's arm and pulled him forward. "Hee, Xianxia is jealous." Xiao Xin's voice came from behind. "Of course. Xianxia, you're too naughty. You didn't see if Nianqing was here." Ruan Tingting's soft voice came. "Tingting, come, I'll hold your arm." Fatty said, "Go away, go away." Ruan Tingting's voice came, followed by Xiao Xin's bell-like laughter and Fatty's sigh. Wang Haoxian looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a complicated gaze. Then she followed. The group headed towards the Sea Cloud sect. Next, the group went on a scenic tour and occasionally stopped to cultivate. They were all young people. After not seeing each other for half a year, they had a lot of common topics to talk about and got along well. Even Xianxia became more talkative. During this period, Lu Ming's spirit was not too tense. It was rare for him to relax. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. There were only 3 days left before the exchange between the Sky Prides of Sky Demon Valley, Sky Corpse Sect, and Sky Corpse Sect. "Lu Ming, are you going to the exchange?" Ruan Tingting asked. "Of course I'm going. The Sky Prides of the 3 Overlord forces will gather. It's such a rare event that I can't miss it. Besides, I also want to see the powerful descendants of Sky Demon Valley." Lu Ming said. Sky Demon Valley could be said to be the oldest force in Eastern Wilderness. It had existed since ancient times and was much older than Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Talisman Puppet Sect. Sky Demon Valley was completely composed of demonic beasts. There were countless powerful demonic beasts and countless descendants with divine beast bloodlines. They were extremely powerful. Some people said that Sky Demon Valley was the strongest force in Eastern Wilderness. It was even stronger than Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Besides, in every generation, Sky Demon Valley would give birth to many descendants with divine beast bloodlines. These descendants were undoubtedly the Sky Prides of the demonic beasts. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. "That's great. Let's set off together. If you arrive early, you can rest there," Ruan Tingting said. "Tingting, can I go too?" Xiao Xin blinked her big eyes. Among them, Xianxia was much weaker and could not be considered sky pride. Chapter 828. Let's go together. I'll kick anyone who doesn't let you in. Lu Ming laughed. Xianxia was overjoyed. Xianxia told her father, Xiao Long, and Xiao Long agreed wholeheartedly. If Xianxia could participate in such a gathering, it would definitely increase her knowledge and insight. It would also be very helpful for her future cultivation. Immediately, the group flew toward the center of 9 dragons. The journey of tens of millions of miles was not far for them. They chatted as they flew. They arrived in less than a day. Tens of thousands of miles away, they could see a majestic mountain range meandering on the ground. It was one of the 3 dragon veins in the center of 9 dragons. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, countless buildings appeared in front of them. There were all kinds of palaces, pavilions, and even shops. They could not see the end of it. It seemed to be a city. However, this city had no walls. Instead, it was filled with countless buildings. People came and went in the buildings. It was very lively. The group walked in and found restaurants, inns, and shops. There were all kinds of things. There were countless people in 9 dragons, and the land was vast. There were many special gathering places. Some places had city walls, such as Juhao City. Some places did not even need city walls, just like what they saw in front of them. The group strolled on the streets. Ting Ting, is the gathering on the dragon veins? Lu Ming asked. Yes, and it's at the dragon's head, under the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Why don't we go and take a look first? Ruan Ting Ting said. Okay. Lu Ming was also curious. The group passed through the buildings and flew toward the dragon's head. Soon, they arrived at the dragon's head. There was an extremely wide plain at the dragon's head. In the middle of the plain, there was a huge battle platform. There were many seats around the battle platform. According to Ruan Ting Ting, this was the place where the Emperor Deity Palace used to hold grand events in the past. For example, there were sacrifices to the heavens or competitions between geniuses. Therefore, the exchange meeting a few days later was also held here. However, this was not what attracted the group's attention. Their attention was completely attracted by a huge cauldron in front of the open space. At the very front of the dragon head was a huge cauldron. The cauldron was pitch black and as big as a mountain. It towered into the clouds and was at least a few thousand meters tall. Looking from afar, the cauldron looked incomparably majestic. One could see numerous lifelike true dragons circling around it. This is the divine 9-dragon cauldron. There is a divine 9-dragon cauldron at the head of each of the 9 dragon veins. Legend has it that the divine 9-dragon cauldron was already there when 9-Dragon City was founded. No one knows how many years have passed since then. It is said that the ancient experts used it to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Ruan Ting Ting said, a supreme treasure? Why didn't anyone take it away? Lu Ming asked curiously. No one can take it away, not even an Emperor Realm expert. The divine 9-dragon cauldron has been in the world for a long time. It seems to be connected with the dragon vein and has existed since ancient times. Ruan Ting Ting said. Lu Ming was shocked, looking at the divine 9-dragon cauldron in the distance. As for the fatty, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others, although they had heard of it before, it was their first time seeing it. They were also amazed. The 9 cauldrons were carved with true dragons and connected with the dragon vein. They were thousands of meters tall and had existed since ancient times. It was indeed a magnificent sight. Lu Ming and the others were not the only ones nearby. Many others stopped to watch. Over there, it seems like someone is approaching the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Xianxia said. The others also saw a burly young man walking step by step toward the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron emits a great pressure. If you're not an expert, you can't get close to it. Wang Haoxian, who had been silent, said. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said and strode forward. When they were 10,000 meters away from the divine 9-dragon cauldron, they felt a great pressure coming from the cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. When he was 10,000 meters away from the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he suddenly felt something strange with the Nine Dragons bloodline. It seemed to be anxious and excited. What's going on? The Nine Dragons bloodline is strange. Is it because of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron? The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron is engraved with true dragons to suppress the dragon vein. Maybe it really is related to the dragons. That's why the Nine Dragons bloodline is acting strange. Lu Ming guessed in his heart. They continued to move forward despite the pressure. Soon, Xianxia could not stand it anymore and stopped moving forward. Lu Ming and the others continued to move forward. The closer they got, the more they felt the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was grand and majestic. It was full of vicissitudes as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. In Lu Ming's body, the Nine Dragons bloodline seemed to be more anxious and excited. The power of the bloodline seemed to be boiling. Bam! Bam! In front, a burly young man kept moving forward. His body was muscular and his blood chi was soaring. The blood chi vaguely formed a dragon that was roaring. That's not a human. It's a demon. It's a dragon, Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He also saw that the burly young man in front of him was not a human, but a dragon. He should be a genius from the Sky Demon Valley. A level 6 beast that could transform. The young man from the demon clan moved forward step by step and finally walked onto the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. He glanced at the cauldron and stretched out his hands to hug a corner of the cauldron. Haha, that dragon is really whimsical. It wants to hug the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Dream on. That's a treasure that even emperors can't touch. In the distance, someone sneered. Sure enough, the dragon looked up to the sky and roared, but the cauldron did not move. In the end, the dragon even showed its true form. It was a crimson dragon that was more than 200 meters long. Its claws grabbed the cauldron, but the cauldron still did not move. In the end, the dragon had no choice but to turn back into a human and retreat step by step. At this time, the Nine Dragons bloodline in Lu Ming's body became even more violent, as if it was about to rush out of his body. Lu Ming's mind moved, and he controlled the Nine Dragons bloodline. He could not let it appear here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if word got out. Immediately, Lu Ming retreated. Roar! At this time, the Nine Dragons bloodline seemed to let out a shocking roar. This roar sounded in Lu Ming's body, but the others could not hear it. But at this moment, a shocking scene happened. Dong! The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron in front of them suddenly shook. Suddenly, the dragon veins shook, the wind and clouds changed, and a terrifying pressure erupted from the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Oh no, retreat! Lu Ming and the others hurriedly retreated. After retreating 10,000 meters, the pressure was much less. After the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook for a while, it fell silent again, as if everything just now was an illusion. However, the scene had already exploded. Chapter 829. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, which even emperors couldn't touch, moved. Why? Why did it suddenly move? Countless people guessed in shock. Many people had even sent the news back to the elders and their families. Is it because of the Nine Dragons bloodline? The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron moved because of the Nine Dragons bloodline? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Lu Ming said. He estimated that a big shot would come soon to check on the situation. After all, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, which hadn't moved for thousands of years, suddenly moved. It was too abnormal. Bang! Suddenly, a tall figure descended behind Lu Ming and blocked Lu Ming's way. It was the Flood Dragon of the Demon Clan. Sir, why are you blocking my way? Lu Ming frowned. The Flood Dragon exuded a powerful aura as it stared at Lu Ming with a look of surprise and greed. Your bloodline is very special. Let me take your bloodline, and I'll spare your life. The Flood Dragon said coldly. It was extremely overbearing and greedy. It seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the Nine Dragons bloodline in Lu Ming's body. Nest, is there something wrong with this reptile's brain? Who does he think he is? He wants to take my bloodline as soon as he opens his mouth. Fatty was furious when he heard that. He stared at the flood dragon unkindly. How dare you be so arrogant here? This is Nine Dragons City. Wantington also said coldly. How dare you insult me? You're courting death. The flood dragon shouted coldly with a cold light in its eyes. Ness, this stinky reptile is still so arrogant. I suggest that we kill him and barbecue him. Fatty shouted and swallowed his saliva. You're courting death. The flood dragon shouted angrily and threw a punch at Fatty. I'm not afraid of you. Fatty raised his battle axe and charged forward. The axe whistled as it chopped down. Clang! The flood dragon's fist hit Fatty's battle axe. With a loud bang, Fatty's expression changed. His fat shook violently as he retreated 7 or 8 steps and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This flood dragon's level reached the peak of the 6th level of the 6th level, which was equivalent to the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual C tier, while the Fatty was only at the 5th level of the spiritual C tier. None of you can leave today. The flood dragon's eyes glinted coldly. The bloodline purity of this serpent dragon has reached 20%. It's incredibly powerful. Wang Haoxian appeared beside Lu Ming and said, depending on the purity of the bloodline of the celestial beasts, one's talent and strength would differ as well. Ordinary descendants were said to have the bloodline of a divine beast, but it was very thin. It might only be 1% or a few tenths. Those that could reach 1/10 of the concentration were extremely rare. Such descendants were extremely powerful and could even contend with God-ranked geniuses who had awakened their God-ranked bloodline. The serpentine dragon before him possessed the bloodline of the pure-blooded dragon, and it had already achieved 20% of its bloodline. As for the flood dragon that Lu Ming had met on Xianxia Island in the chaotic astral ocean, it contained at most a few tenths of a true dragon's bloodline. Bang! The flood dragon stepped towards Lu Ming. On the side, Xianxia and Wang Haoxian were about to make a move. Let me. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! The flood dragon was very domineering, and it threw a punch at Lu Ming. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself. The flood dragon's mouth curled into a sinister sneer. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said, Fatty, I'll eat the meat of the flood dragon tonight. Then, he took a step forward and threw out a palm. The palm and the flood dragon's fist collided. Bang! There was a dull roar in the air, and then the flood dragon's expression changed drastically. Its body trembled and it retreated. Dong! Lu Ming took a step forward, and in an instant, he was 100 meters away. He caught up with the flood dragon and threw out another palm. Roar! The flood dragon roared and turned into a 200-meter-long crimson flood dragon. Its scales were dense, and its dragon claws were as sharp as knives. It tore at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out another palm, and it collided with the flood dragon's claws. The flood dragon roared, and its huge body frantically retreated. One of its finger bones was broken by Lu Ming. This flood dragon had 20% of the bloodline of the true dragon, and its strength was about the same as Gui Yu's. Naturally, it was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode forward, grabbed one of the flood dragon's claws, and with a loud roar, he threw the flood dragon's huge body directly into the air and heavily smashed on the ground by Lu Ming. Boom! The ground shook violently, but the ground here had been suppressed by the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron for many years, and it was indestructible. The huge flood dragon's body smashed down, and the ground only shook, but it did not break at all. A series of crackling sounds were heard, and the flood dragon screamed. It did not know how many of its bones were broken, and its body was bleeding profusely. Nearby, the others who were watching were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too violent. Such a powerful flood dragon was like a useless worm in the hands of Lu Ming. Haha, let me do it. Tonight, we'll eat flood dragon meat. Fatty shouted, and with a battle axe, he chopped at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and struggled. The moment Fatty chopped at it, its body continued to shrink. At the same time, its body was covered in a bloody light, like a bloody flame burning. But it was still a step too late. Blood splattered everywhere, and one of its legs was chopped off by Fatty. Whoosh! In the next moment, the flood dragon turned into a bloody light and disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming wanted to let Fatty have it, but when he let his guard down, the flood dragon disappeared. It actually burned the divine beast bloodline in its body. Even if it doesn't die, it's ruined its future. Lu Ming muttered. Just now, the flood dragon's speed increased because it burned the divine beast bloodline in its body. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Ming let his guard down. Otherwise, even if the flood dragon burned its divine beast bloodline, it would not be able to escape. Next, it actually ran away. Luckily, it left a leg. Fatty shouted gloomily and ran toward the flood dragon's leg that was dozens of meters long. Haha, let's go back and roast the flood dragon meat. Fatty hugged the flood dragon's leg and carried it on his shoulder. He laughed, and his saliva almost flowed out. Nearby, the others were speechless. This group of people, are they really going to roast the flood dragon's leg? Many of them even swallowed their saliva. The flood dragon's meat that contained the true dragon's bloodline was a great tonic. Fatty, let's go back and roast the meat, but you should keep it first. Lu Ming smiled. Fatty kept the flood dragon's leg, and the group left happily. They came to a small mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away, lit a bonfire, and started roasting the flood dragon's leg. Fatty was an elite foodie. His roasting skills were superb, and he always had seasonings like soy sauce, vinegar, oil, salt, and other seasonings in his storage ring. Soon, the flood dragon's leg turned golden. The grease dripped, and the aroma filled the air. The flood dragon's meat was cut into pieces, and the group ate heartily. Chapter 830. When the flood dragon meat entered his stomach, it turned into a warm heat that spread throughout his body. There were traces of true dragon bloodline flowing throughout his body, which was extremely beneficial to his physical body and could increase his physical body strength. If he could eat it for a long time, the benefits would be endless. Haha, Lu Ming, how can there be no good wine when there's meat? Here. Fatty waved his hand, and jugs of wine appeared, flying to Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others. Everyone opened the jugs and drank in big mouthfuls. Fatty, I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Ruan Tingting drank a few mouthfuls of wine, but she did not force the wine out of her body. Instantly, her beautiful face flushed red, making her look even more beautiful. Fatty was stunned, almost drooling. Tingting, how is it? Follow me from now on. I guarantee you'll eat and drink, well, every day. Xianxia, Xiao Xian, and the others looked down on Fatty. This reason was too shallow. Just as Lu Ming and the others were eating and drinking at the dragon's head under the divine nine-dragon cauldron, many important people came. They received news that the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for thousands of years, actually moved. They immediately rushed over to check the situation, but unfortunately, no matter what they did, the divine nine-dragon cauldron did not move. They did not know why the divine nine-dragon cauldron moved, so in the end, they could only leave it as it was. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ming was full, and the remaining flood dragon meat was put away by Fatty in the name of storage. Just like that, they sat cross-legged on the small mountain peak, each of them cultivating and waiting for the gathering 2 days later. Wang Haoxian did not cultivate. Her heart was in a mess. In the past, she was focused on cultivation, and the only person close to her was her younger brother. She did not have any other friends and did not fit in with the other Wang family geniuses. However, over the past few days, when she was with Lu Ming and the rest, she felt very relaxed and comfortable. She suddenly felt that she enjoyed such an atmosphere very much. Is this what friends are like? Wang Haoxian muttered, then shook her head, reminding herself that she followed Lu Ming because she had no other choice. If there was a chance, she would still avenge her younger brother. Although she tried to convince herself, her heart could not calm down, and she was not in the mood to cultivate. The others naturally did not know that Wang Haoxian was thinking nonsense. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, the huge platform under the divine nine-dragon cauldron was bustling with people. Young men and women of different temperaments, all of them flying. Lu Ming, Xianxia, the fatty, and the group of 6 also came here. They found an area and sat down. So many geniuses. Most of the top 300 god-level geniuses are here. Wang Haoxian looked around and said softly. Wang Haoxian was the only one on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, he knew more people than Lu Ming and the rest. Of course, most of the young people who came were here to watch the show. It was impossible for them to participate in the exchange. This exchange was destined to be a showdown between the top figures. Someone shouted. In the north, a group of more than 200 people, all dressed in long black robes, flew toward them. Of course, they were all young people, and there were no seniors. The most eye-catching one was the person flying at the front. He was tall and burly, but he was carrying a coffin on his back. The coffin was pitch black. Even though it was broad daylight and there was a sea of people, everyone still felt that it was eerie and very scary when they looked at it. That's sure Mo, ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. He refined corpses like demons. Wang Haoxian said with a serious face. The other people's faces also turned serious. The 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents was absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Sure Mo was the leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The 200 people of the Heavenly Corpse sect stood motionless in the void. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, from the east, there was a burst of air-rending sounds. Many young people flew through the air. There were about 200 of them. But these young men had different temperaments. Some looked ferocious, some looked heroic, some looked cold, and some looked charming. The clothes they wore were also of all shapes and sizes, with all sorts of colors. The demons of the Sky Monster Valley had arrived. The demons of the Sky Monster Valley also stood in the air, looking down at the people below with a powerful aura. Their gazes swept across the entire area with faint disdain. The talents of the Sky Monster Valley had the bloodline of divine beasts. They thought they were superior and looked down on the martial artists of the human clan. It was just a rumor, but now it seemed that it was true. It's that flood dragon. Fatty clicked his tongue and whispered. Among the demons, they saw a burly youth. This burly youth had a broken leg. It was the same WYRM whose leg was chopped off by Fatty 2 days ago. The flood dragon's eyes were gloomy as he scanned the crowd. The next moment, he saw Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were also in the east. When the flood dragon saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes were cold and murderous. He whispered a few words in the ear of a young man in red armor beside him. Then, the young man in red armor looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh, whoosh. The flood dragon and the young man in red armor instantly appeared above Lu Ming and the others. A powerful and violent aura burst out and suppressed Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The others beside him were shocked. Lu Ming and the others sat still. Are you the ones who broke Ao Qian's leg? The young man in red armor said coldly as he looked down at Lu Ming and the others. Flood dragon meat tastes good. Fatty licked his lips and sneered. You're courting death. The young man in red armor shouted angrily. His aura became even more violent, as if he was going to kill them in the next moment. The other young men of the demon clan looked on with cold smiles. Friends of the demon clan, the exchange has not started yet. Please go back now. At this moment, a voice came from afar like a breeze. As the voice fell, a figure walked in the air. It was a young man in a green robe. He had sharp eyebrows and was very handsome. He had a gentle smile on his face, but there was an invisible majesty exuding from his body. Defeng, it's Defeng, many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Defeng, who was ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was said to be the descendant of martial Emperor Di. He had the talent of his ancestor and was extremely powerful. Defeng, the young man in red armor, looked fearful. Defeng looked at the young man in red armor and the flood dragon. He smiled and said, "Please go back. If you want to fight, we will fight when the exchange begins." Since Defeng had spoken, the young man in red armor had to give him face. He snorted and looked at Lu Ming and the others. "You broke A.O. Qian's leg. I will pay you back double." Chapter 831. Brother Sure Mo, Brother Peng. How should we proceed with this exchange? Why don't you give us some suggestions? Defeng smiled and looked at a young man in golden robes among Sure Mo and the beast race. In the Nine Dragons City, the number of prodigies is definitely more than the Emperor Divine Palace. If all of you go up, we will be at a disadvantage. How about this? For each level, each side will send out 10 people and take turns to compete. When one side is eliminated, the side with the most people remaining will win. What do you guys think? Sure Mo spoke. His voice was extremely hoarse, like the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Good, that's what I want. The young man in golden robes spoke. Obviously, he was the leader of the beast race. Okay, I have no objections. However, forget about the lower 3 levels of the spiritual sea realm. Let's start from the 4th level. How about that? Defeng said. Okay. Sure Mo and the young man in golden robes both nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, let's choose our own candidates. After saying that, Defeng flew down from the spectator stand and discussed the matter of the candidates with the other human prodigies. This battle was considered the most intense battle before the Battle of Providence. It could be used to test the other side and also to suppress the other side's momentum. The 3 sides didn't dare to be careless and would send out their strongest candidates. After a while, a young man flew over to Lu Ming's side. After flying over, he cupped his fists at Kong Jin and said, "Brother Kong Jin, it's me." The fatty was slightly stunned. Brother Kong Jin's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Young Master Defeng would like to invite Brother Kong to participate in the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. The young man said, "Me? Ha! Thanks to young Master Defeng, I agree." The fatty laughed loudly and felt a little smug. With so many people choosing him, he was naturally proud. Lu Ming and the others were moved. It was probably because of the fatty's powerful battle prowess in the battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect. That was why he was invited to participate. Many thanks. The young man smiled and then turned to leave. Why didn't you invite Lu Ming? Tingting was a little surprised. Logically speaking, half a month ago, in the battle with Ghost Moon of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Lu Ming showed even more powerful battle prowess. Why didn't they invite Lu Ming for the battle of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm? Xianxia, the fatty, Qiao, and the others were also surprised. I guess they didn't choose Lu Ming's battle prowess because there are too many of them, and they don't know Lu's bloodline level. Not long after, the candidates from the 3 parties were selected. This time around, our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will be the host. Let's start with our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Defeng smiled and announced a name. Whoosh! A young man flew to the fighting ring in the middle. His body was as sharp as a blade, and his aura was extremely sharp. He was at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Judging by his cultivation method, he was the Jiang clan's genius. Who will fight with me? The Jiang clan genius looked in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Monster Valley. Let me. A figure flashed out from the Heavenly Corpse sect and landed in the fighting ring. His aura was also at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Dong! Without saying anything, the Jiang clan youth stepped forward. His aura was even sharper. He was like a saber. His arm was like a saber, and he slashed at the Heavenly Corpse sect youth. The Heavenly Corpse sect youth quickly retreated and distanced himself from the Jiang clan genius. With a wave of his hand, 9 refined corpses appeared in front of him. The 9 refined corpses all exuded an ancient aura. They wore metal armor and held bronze spears in their hands. The aura emitted by the 9 refined corpses had all reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. The Heavenly Corpse sect youth was only at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he could control 9 refined corpses at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. It was absolutely terrifying. Kill! The Jiang clan genius put on a serious expression and slashed down with his palm. Dong! He clashed with one of the refined corpses and sent it flying. The refined corpse had copper skin and iron bones, and it was invulnerable. The Jiang clan genius only sent it flying, but he didn't break it. After the refined corpse was sent flying, the other 8 refined corpses pounced on the Jiang clan's genius. 8 long spears pierced through the void, emitting terrifying sonic booms as they charged towards the Jiang clan's genius. The Jiang clan genius looked up to the sky and roared. His whole body emitted a black light, like an extremely sharp divine weapon, and he attacked. The two of them were definitely extremely powerful geniuses. Although they weren't god-grade geniuses, their battle strength was absolutely terrifying among those of the same level. The two fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. The Jiang clan genius attacked, trying to break through the defense of the refined corpses and kill the Heavenly Corpse sect disciple. The best way to break through the refined corpses was to defeat the person controlling them. However, facing 9 fearless refined corpses that were 2 levels higher than him, it was extremely difficult for the Jiang clan genius to break through. The situation became a stalemate for a while. After more than 100 rounds, the Jiang clan genius's vital energy ran out, and he was blasted off the fighting ring, ending in defeat. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace lost the first battle of the exchange, which made many people's faces turn ugly. After the Heavenly Corpse sect youth won, he flew off the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged to recover. He could have continued to fight, but it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. He could only fight again after he recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect won this battle, so they should send another person to fight. Whoosh! Another Heavenly Corpse sect youth stepped onto the fighting ring. This time, it was the Sky Beast Valley's turn to fight. This time, the Sky Beast Valley sent out a tall youth, who was a demonic tiger. He had the bloodline of the divine beast Heavenly Tiger, but the concentration of his bloodline had not reached 10%. Among the demonic beasts, it was extremely rare for their bloodline to reach 10% concentration, just like how it was rare for a human to awaken a god-grade bloodline. However, even though it had not reached 10% concentration, it was close. This demonic tiger was very powerful. After exchanging dozens of rounds with the Heavenly Corpse sect disciple, he defeated his opponent. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Beast Valley each won a battle. I will continue to fight. Now, it's the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's turn, right? The demonic tiger looked at the many geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. A youth flew up from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. This time, the geniuses were from the top of the 6 ancient clans, the Dongfang clan. They were the geniuses of the Dongfang clan. It was said that the Dongfang clan had 2 god-grade cultivation techniques, which were extremely powerful. Chapter 832. Just like that, the 3 parties took turns to fight, each with their own victories and defeats. Most of the god-level talents on the list of top 1,000 talents were at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, such as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, who were at the bottom of the list, were at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, there were very few god-level talents at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. In the end, a new talent appeared in the Heavenly Corpse sect, who had awakened the bloodline of the 1st level of the god level. In the end, the Heavenly Corpse sect won the battle of the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. This made Defeng's face turn gloomy. In the past, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley were about the same in strength, and the Heavenly Corpse sect was the weakest. But this time, the Heavenly Corpse sect won the battle. Next, let's start the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Defeng announced. The battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm was more intense, and the power was more terrifying. However, this fighting ring was covered with inscription arrays. Not to mention the spiritual sea realm. Even the spiritual embryo realm could not destroy it, so everyone could fight to their heart's content. In the beginning, the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm was also won by each of the 3 parties. But soon, Sky Demon Valley sent out a powerful descendant whose bloodline had reached the 10th level. His combat power was extremely terrifying, and he suppressed the other 2 parties. This person had the bloodline of the ancient heavenly crocodile, and his defensive power was terrifying. 3 people from the Heavenly Corpse sect and Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were defeated by him. Damn it! Doesn't our Emperor Heaven Divine Palace have any god-level talents at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm? The talents on the list of top 1,000 talents seem to have reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. If there are any, they must be new talents. Everyone was talking about it. Let me. At this moment, a figure flew into the field. Someone recognized that this young man was one of the Emperor Heaven Forbidden Guards. What was exciting was that this talent had awakened the 1st level of the god-level bloodline, and his combat power was so strong that he fought with the talent of the Demon Clan. After hundreds of rounds, the battle ended in a draw. Finally, everyone discussed and decided that it was a draw. But what was frustrating was that another young man from Sky Demon Valley went up. This young man was a Flood Dragon. In his bloodline, he had also reached the 10th level. He had consecutively defeated several geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It can't be. The Sky Beast Valley has so many powerful existences in the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Could it be that they're going to lose this battle again? If that's the case, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley will each win a round. This is very disadvantageous for our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Indeed, the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm is the battlefield of the deity grade prodigies. There are many deity grade prodigies, and none of them are weak. It's too difficult to win in the end. It's the same for the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm. If that's the case, wouldn't our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace fall behind this time? Many people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were discussing this and feeling worried. I'll go and meet this Flood Dragon. Maybe I can even get a piece of Flood Dragon meat. This Flood Dragon seems to be of the wind attribute. Fatty licked his lips. Everyone else was speechless. Fatty, can you do it? The other party is a descendant with 10% of the Divine Beast bloodline. Ruan Tingting was a little worried. The Fatty's 3rd bloodline had yet to be awakened. Would he be able to defeat the other party? Tingting, don't worry. This Fatty isn't that weak, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Fatty's battle prowess was extremely strong. Before Lu Ming awakened his divine bloodline, he wasn't confident of winning against Fatty. In a battle of the same level, even if the other party had 10% of the divine beast bloodline, Lu Ming would still believe in Fatty. The previous Flood Dragon was at the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm and had 20% of the divine beast bloodline. That was why Fatty was suppressed. Haha, Lu Ming knows me best. Fatty smiled. Carrying his axe, he leaped into the air. Little reptile, let me have a go at you. Fatty chuckled. Fat pig, you're courting death. This Flood Dragon from the demon race wore a green robe and had a gloomy expression. Ao Feng, cripple this Fatty for me. In the demon race's area, Ao Qian's cold voice rang out. Previously, one of his legs was chopped off by Fatty's axe. What are you shouting for? The Flood Dragon meat is indeed tasty. There's still some left. After the fight, I'll go back and roast it. Fatty grinned. This time, the demonic beasts were infuriated. Damn it, this Fatty deserves to die. Kill this fat pig. This is outrageous. Many demon race geniuses shouted angrily and looked at Fatty with murderous intent. As for the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they were stunned. Could it be that Fatty really roasted the Flood Dragon meat? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Previously, someone saw Lu Ming and the rest chopping off one of Ao Qian's legs and confirmed it. Many people looked at Ao Qian and realized that he was indeed missing a leg. Instantly, Their expressions became even stranger. Fatty, you're dead meat. I'll cripple your limbs. Ao Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Nonsense, eat my axe. Fatty raised his axe and chopped at Ao Feng. A long spear appeared in Ao Feng's hand and stabbed at Fatty. Clang! There was a loud sound and the long spear buzzed. Ao Feng's long spear shook violently. Ao Feng was actually pushed back by Fatty. How can this be? Ao Feng roared and waved his spear again. Sky-suppressing demonic axe. The huge axe in Fatty's hand turned into a heaven-splitting axe and chopped at Ao Feng like a storm. Clang! Clang! There were continuous explosions in the fighting ring. The battle axe and the long spear kept clashing. Every time they clashed, Ao Feng had to take a step back. Everyone in the fighting ring was astonished. Fatty obviously had not awakened his divine bloodline. However, he could suppress Ao Feng, whose bloodline was 10% pure. His combat strength was too terrifying. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. Judging from his appearance, he has not awakened his third bloodline. If he can awaken a divine bloodline with his third bloodline, his potential will be limitless. We must think of a way to rope him into our camp. Di Feng said to someone beside him. Martial Monarch Di, he had many descendants. They competed with each other and were divided into many camps. That's right. However, this person has not awakened his third bloodline. If he can't awaken a divine bloodline, everything will be in vain. Another person said, yes, let's observe him for a while more. Lu Ming, who is with him, and that beautiful lady, Xianxia, are also rare talents. Lu Ming, if I'm not wrong, should have awakened his divine-level bloodline. Di Feng said. Another person nodded. Roar. At that moment, Ao Feng roared and transformed into his true form. He then pounced at Fatty. When a beast transformed into its true form, its combat strength could be unleashed perfectly. Worm, watch how I kill you. Fatty shouted. His fat body swelled up and the battle axe in his hand became even more terrifying. It became a heaven-splitting axe and slashed at the serpent. Bang! Bang! A violent collision occurred. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Fatty became fiercer and fiercer as he roared into the sky. Slash! Chapter 833. Ao Feng let out a shrill scream. His huge body struggled crazily and retreated. After a few breaths, he left the fighting ring and turned back into a human, looking at the Fatty with resentment. A huge flood dragon's claw was left on the fighting ring. Damn it, damn it! Ao Feng yelled. Bang! At this moment, a figure fell heavily on the fighting ring, emitting a strong, murderous intent. This figure was wearing red armor. It was the young man who provoked Lu Ming with Ao Qian. Damn Fatty, you've completely pissed me off. The young man in red armor said coldly with a hint of madness in his voice. The aura he emitted was at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. My name is Ao Kuan. Fat pig, do you dare to fight with me? The young man in red armor stared at the Fatty. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this young man was not simple. He was indeed at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he was extremely arrogant. He knew that Lu Ming had defeated Ao Qian, but he still dared to provoke Lu Ming. He was definitely not simple. Fatty, be careful. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the Fatty. The Fatty's eyes flashed, and he grinned. Why not? Bang! As soon as the Fatty finished speaking, Ao Kuan stepped forward and threw out a punch. Fast, too fast. Ao Kuan's body and fist seemed to be connected. With a punch, he had already appeared in front of the Fatty. His fist was aimed at the Fatty's arm. He wanted to cripple the Fatty's arm. The Fatty's face changed. He did not expect the opponent to be so fast. At the critical moment, he could only pick up his battle axe to block. Clang! Ao Kuan's fist hit the Fatty's battle axe. The battle axe shook violently, and the Fatty's face changed greatly. His fat body was thrown back. Bang! Ao Kuan stomped heavily on the ground. His whole body was like an ancient, ferocious beast, rushing towards the fatty in a barbaric way. He threw another punch at the fatty's arm. The fatty roared. His body swelled, and the battle axe was thrown out like the wind. Dong! Alcuin's fist was even tougher than divine weapons. When it collided with the battle axe, an oppressive boom rang out. Amidst the intense vibrations, the fatty let out a miserable groan. He actually couldn't hold on to the battle axe any longer. The battle axe was flung far away, and he retreated madly, coughing up blood. Countless people's expressions changed. This scene was too shocking. Just now, Fatty's battle prowess was obvious to all. While he hadn't awakened his divine bloodline, he had still defeated a flood dragon with 10% divine bloodline, shocking everyone present. But now, in front of Alcuin, he didn't have the strength to fight back. Without a doubt, Alcuin was also a descendant that possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline. The key question was just how thick was it that it was so terrifying? Cripple your limbs. Alcuin shouted coldly and strode towards Fatty. Fatty, get off the stage and admit defeat. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Fatty. On the side, Xianxia frowned. Ruan Tingting and Xiaoxian's hearts were in their throats. Bam! The fatty took a step back, and his fat body retreated rapidly. However, Alcuin's speed was too terrifying. He caught up with the fatty in an instant, and another terrifying punch was thrown out. There are no extra movements, just a simple punch. However, Alcuin's physical strength was too terrifying. Fatty roared, and an ancient shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him. Boom! Alcuin's punch landed on the ancient shield and sent it flying. The ancient shield collided with Fatty's body, almost flattening him. Fatty's body was also sent flying backwards. This time, he was directly blasted out of the fighting ring and fell heavily off the fighting ring. Ruan Tingting and Xiaoxian immediately flew over and helped Fatty up. Fatty, you're not dead, right? Ruan Tingting asked with concern. Fatty coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, I'm fine, it's nothing. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. Oof, you're lucky this time. Alcuin stood on the stage, looking down at Fatty and said coldly, what are you being arrogant for? If I awaken my divine beast bloodline, I'll crush you like a bug. Fatty clamored as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fatty was not one to suffer losses. This time, he was defeated so miserably because he had not awakened his third bloodline. Fatty, when the exchange is over, I'll take revenge for you. Lu Ming walked over and glanced at Alcuin coldly. Alcuin looked straight into Lu Ming's eyes and smiled coldly. Lu Ming and Fatty returned to the spectator stand. Fatty began to heal his injuries. Bulls wants a fight. Alcuin looked around and planned to continue to challenge. The arena was silent. Although there were still a few people from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse Sect who had not fought, they were just ordinary geniuses. Alcuin's combat strength was too terrifying. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? No one from either side went up. Let the Sky Demon Valley win this round. Di Feng said helplessly. Sky Demon Valley won the battle of 5th level spiritual sea realm. However, Alcuin did not plan to go down. He looked around and said, since that's the case, I'll challenge your 6th level spiritual sea realm experts. Come. What? You're 5th level spiritual sea realm, and you want to challenge 6th level spiritual sea realm experts? Too arrogant. The surrounding crowd shouted out in displeasure. Brother Peng, he's 5th level spiritual sea realm. Is he really going to participate in the battle of 6th level spiritual sea realm experts? Di Feng frowned and looked at the golden-robed young man. That's right. Among the 10 5th level spiritual sea realm experts, there's Alcuin's name. Among the 6th level spiritual sea realm experts, there's also Alcuin's name. Why? It should be okay for a lower level to participate in a higher level battle, right? The golden-robed young man smiled. Of course. Di Feng nodded. As long as one was willing, it was okay for a lower level to participate in a higher level battle. Alcuin wanted to participate in the battle of 6th-level spiritual sea realm experts with 5th-level spiritual sea realm strength. Who wants to fight? Alcuin looked around. I'll do it. A voice sounded. A young man from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace flew up to the battle stage. There was no lack of geniuses in the 6th-level spiritual sea realm. Both Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse Sect had many experts. This young man was a genius of the Emperor Heaven Forbidden Guard. He had awakened a 2nd-level divine bloodline and was extremely powerful. In the next moment, the two figures clashed together. However, the result of the battle was shocking. In just a few moves, the Emperor Heaven Forbidden Guard expert was forced to retreat. In the end, he even used bloodline fusion, but it was useless. He was beaten back to his original form and was blasted off the battle stage while spitting out blood. Everyone was shocked. With a lower level of cultivation, Alcuin defeated a genius who had awakened a 2nd-level divine bloodline. That was too terrifying. 50% divine beast bloodline. Defang's eyes flashed as he said a shocking result. Countless people gasped. This Alcuin actually had 50% divine beast bloodline. That was too terrifying. It meant that half of the blood in Alcuin's body was no different from that of a divine beast. If a human martial artist could not awaken a 5th-level divine bloodline, they would not be able to compete with him at the same level. Even if their cultivation was 1 level higher, they would have to awaken a 4th-level divine bloodline at least. Chapter 834. Fuck. So he is 50% true dragon bloodline. No wonder he's so arrogant. But if I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll definitely beat him. The fatty cursed, but he was very confident. Fatty, keep bragging. You can awaken a divine bloodline above level 5. Wantington said. There was an uproar, and all kinds of discussions were going on. 50% divine beast bloodline was equivalent to a level 5 divine bloodline. Only the top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness had such a bloodline. Even Di Feng and Shi Mo, the strongest geniuses present, only had level 4 divine bloodline. If Alcuin's cultivation improved, he would immediately be on par with the top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who else wants to come up? Alcuin looked around arrogantly. Everyone was silent. After a while, someone from the Heavenly Corpse Sect went up. This person was an extremely famous genius, ranked 189 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had awakened a level 3 divine bloodline and was at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. This person fought with Alcuin, and the two exchanged nearly 100 blows. In the end, Alcuin reverted to his original form, which was a 500-meter long blood-red flood dragon. He was like a real dragon, and with just one blow, he sent the genius of the Heavenly Corpse Sect flying. He won another round. At this time, both the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect were silent. Was Alcuin going to win the round of the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm as well? There were still a few geniuses from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace who had awakened a level 3 divine bloodline, but the genius of the Heavenly Corpse Sect had been defeated. Their level 3 divine bloodline had also been defeated. In addition, there were a few geniuses who had awakened a level 4 divine bloodline, but their cultivation had surpassed the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Both sides fell silent. They did not expect such a terrifying genius to appear in the Sky Monster Valley. Moreover, he was a newly risen genius, and his cultivation was not particularly high. On the list of top 1,000 talents, the geniuses of the same level as him were already very high in cultivation, far exceeding the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Ao Kuan returned to his human form and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Ming and pointed a finger at Lu Ming, saying loudly, aren't you very arrogant? You injured a prodigy of my Flood Dragon tribe and crippled one of his legs. Now, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? Following Alcuin's finger, almost everyone looked at Lu Ming. Alcuin wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Clearly, There was some sort of conflict between the two of them. You want to challenge him? He's not in our list of 10. Di Feng frowned. It doesn't matter. This time, it's not part of the competition. It's a personal grudge between us. Aocoin said loudly, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, come up and fight me if you have the guts. If you don't, you can just admit defeat and kneel down and beg for mercy. Lu Ming stood up with a cold smile on his face. He was also a little surprised that Aocoin would take the initiative to challenge him. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Originally, he was not in the list of 10, so he could not fight. He was still thinking of finding trouble with Aocoin after the exchange. He did not expect Aocoin to send himself to him. I accept this duel. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he appeared in the fighting ring directly. This surprised many people. Aocoin's combat strength was obvious to all. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was one level higher than him, he would be almost invincible. Lu Ming dared to accept the challenge? Where did his confidence come from? Or was he provoked by Aocoin and could not put down his pride? Wasn't this too unwise? Wasn't he looking for a beating by going up the fighting ring? Ha! I didn't expect you to dare to go up the fighting ring. Then, do you dare to fight me to the death? A trace of hidden greed flashed in Aocoin's eyes. Last time, Ao Qin told him that there was something in Lu Ming's body that was very tempting to him. It was very likely that it was Lu Ming's bloodline, which made him very tempted. Something that could make Ao Qin unable to resist the temptation was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps it could make the density of his true dragon bloodline reach a higher level. Although Lu Ming had now restrained himself, and he could not sense it, he still decided to find a chance to kill Lu Ming and seize Lu Ming's bloodline. Therefore, he proposed a life-and-death duel. The people around were also shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had a deep grudge with the Jiao Dragon tribe. Otherwise, why would Aocoin propose a life-and-death duel? A life-and-death duel was different from the previous sparring. Previously, the sparring would usually end with serious injuries at most. A life-and-death duel would only end when one side died. Would Lu Ming agree? Everyone could not help but look forward to it. A life-and-death duel to determine life and death. Fatty, this whole Jiao dragon meat is enough for us to eat for 10 days to half a month, right? Lu Ming suddenly smiled and looked at Fatty. Haha, it's enough. It should be enough if we eat sparingly. Fatty grinned. However, his eyes were a little serious. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, telling him to be careful. He had just felt that Aocoin's power was indeed extraordinary. The conversation between the two stunned the people around. Also, did Lu Ming agree? You're courting death. Kid, do you agree or not? Aocoin said coldly. Why wouldn't I agree when there's Jiao dragon meat to eat? Lu Ming smiled. All right, if that's the case, then you've agreed. He then die. Aocoin's laughter was full of killing intent. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really agree. He just casually mentioned the life and death duel. He originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely refuse in fear. He was just thinking that if Lu Ming did not agree, he would find a way to trouble Lu Ming after the exchange meeting. He did not expect that Lu Ming would actually agree, which made him overjoyed. Boom! He did not want to delay any longer. He took a big step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming like an awakened primordial beast. He threw a huge punch at Lu Ming. Bang! Similarly, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch at the flood dragon. This shocked many people. Lu Ming dared to take Aocoin's fist with his fist. Everyone had witnessed how powerful Aocoin's fist was. Even a 6th level spirit weapon would be shattered by him. Yet, Lu Ming actually wanted to fight Aocoin head-on with his fist. How was this possible? Wasn't he courting death? Many people had such thoughts in their minds. Even Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and Wang Haoxian could not help but stare at the fighting ring with a trace of worry in their eyes. On the contrary, Xianxia was the calmest. She had known Lu Ming for so long and knew Lu Ming best. Since Lu Ming was so calm, it meant that he was confident. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the two fists finally collided. Boom! A terrible roar sounded, and a terrible force swept out in all directions with the fists as the center, forming a fierce storm. Many people had to take action to break the storm. Dong! The fighting ring shook violently. Chapter 835. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The person who was pushed back was Alcuin. Alcuin was pushed back 7 steps by Lu Ming. How was that possible? On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. Their fists collided, and Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. Was Lu Ming still human? He was simply a ferocious beast in human form, as expected of a flood dragon with 50% true dragon bloodline. Powerful indeed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Alcuin's. Moreover, he had used 80% of his true essence, coupled with the suppressing hell heaven skill, which was equivalent to an upper-grade god level martial skill. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. Not to mention geniuses who were 1 level lower than him. Even Ao, Qian, and Gui Yu had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. However, Alcuin was only pushed back 7 steps. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered someone with a lower cultivation than him who could block his attack. Lu Ming was shocked. Alcuin was simply shocked. However, after the shock, he was filled with endless anger. He, Alcuin, was a proud son of heaven. His body had the bloodline of a true dragon with 50% concentration. His talent was heaven-defying. However, he was actually defeated by Lu Ming in a head-on clash. This was unforgivable. Roar! At that moment, Alcuin let out a dragon's roar. The muscles all over his body tightened and swelled up, supporting his red battle armor. His chi and blood surged to the sky, forming a true dragon that roared in the sky. Dong! He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. His huge fist was wrapped in a layer of red light and blasted towards Lu Ming. This punch was even more overbearing and shocking. Rumble! True essence rolled in Lu Ming's spiritual sea. The true essence in his body burst out with a tsunami-like sound. He used his fist to push the suppressing hell heaven skill and punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided for the second time, stirring up gusts of wind. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on them again. This time, who would gain the upper hand? Amidst the howling winds, a silhouette stepped onto the battle stage and retreated. This time, it was Ao Kuan who retreated 9 steps. Alcuin was once again pushed back, and this time, he retreated even further. As for Lu Ming, his figure only swayed a little. Shock. Other than shock, there was still shock. Lu Ming had actually suppressed Ao Kuan. Within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the eyes of Di Feng and the other strongest people flashed. Although they had already heard that Lu Ming easily defeated the Heavenly Corpse Sex Gui Yu, they didn't think too highly of Lu Ming. His name wasn't even in the list of 10 in the 6th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. But now, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming's strength. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, among the experts in the 6th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier present, it would be hard to find someone stronger than Lu Ming. The Sky Prides of the Heavenly Corpse sect were also shocked. The most shocked ones were the Sky Prides of the Sky Demon Valley. They knew very well how strong Ao Kuan was. With 50% of the true dragon's bloodline concentration, if Ao Kuan grew up, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the Sky Demon Valley in the future. But now he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you dead. Ao Kuan roared as his body grew rapidly. Finally, he turned into a 500-meter-long crimson flood dragon. As the dragon roared, a giant claw as big as a mountain clawed at Lu Ming. The space kept shaking. Bang! Lu Ming's fist collided with the flood dragon's claw. His body trembled, and he took a few steps back. Ao Kuan, who had transformed into his original form, was stronger in all aspects. Ao Kuan's giant flood dragon body emitted a blood-red light, like the blood intent realm. This was the flood dragon's innate battle technique. He roared and pounced at Lu Ming again. Then I'll suppress you. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. The suppressing prison's steel bloodline appeared above his head, and 2 golden lights shone brightly. Many people were shocked. They were not shocked by how powerful Lu Ming's bloodline was. Instead, they were shocked by how weak his bloodline was. Today, sky prides had gathered and people with divine bloodlines had appeared frequently. Everyone was already numb. A second-grade divine bloodline was nothing. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. Everyone thought that Lu Ming's bloodline should be a fourth-grade divine bloodline, or at least a third-grade one. Who would have thought that Lu Ming's bloodline was only a second-grade divine bloodline? It was unbelievable that a second-grade divine bloodline could be so powerful. Buzz. The suppressing prison steel bloodline vibrated. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and merged with the suppressing prison steel bloodline. The suppressing prison steel bloodline exuded a terrifying pressure. It was vast and heavy, as if it could suppress everything. Bang! The suppressing prison steel shook and clashed with the flood dragon's claw. Ao Kuan let out a long roar. His huge flood dragon body trembled like water waves, and he was forced to retreat. The suppressing prison steel continued to vibrate. It flew up into the sky and rapidly grew in size. In the end, it became 10,000 meters tall, like an ancient mountain, and pressed down on Ao Kuan. Ao Kuan roared as he felt the terrifying pressure. His body was filled with blood chi. With a long roar, he soared into the sky. The dragon soared in the sky, wanting to compete with the suppressing prison steel. Boom! In the end, Ao Kuan was like a worm being pressed down by the suppressing prison steel, and he was sent crashing into the battle stage. Sizzle! A strange sound rang out. It was like a toad being hit by a hammer. Following the strange sound, there was a shrill scream. The battle stage rumbled, and heaven and earth shook. Ao Kuan screamed as blood splattered everywhere. He was almost squashed alive. Blood spurted out from his huge mouth. Bang! The suppressing prison steel shook and continued to attack. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ao Kuan vomited even more blood. The flood dragon's blood dyed the battle stage red. Ao Kuan screamed. He was already half dead, lying motionless on the battle stage. Only his eyes were still filled with shock. The suppressing prison steel shrank and turned back into Lu Ming's figure, standing on the flood dragon's head. Many people gasped in shock. He won. After Lu Ming used the bloodline fusion, he easily defeated Ao Kuan and won. A powerful demon prodigy with a 50% true dragon bloodline concentration was defeated by Lu Ming just like that. It was shocking. Many people were guessing what Lu Ming's bloodline was. Suppressing prison steel? What bloodline was that? They had never heard of such a bloodline. It was too terrifying and powerful. Once he used the bloodline fusion, he easily suppressed Ao Kuan. The divine steel became 10,000 meters tall and suppressed the flood dragon. It was like a legend. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand, and the sharp tip of the spear was aimed at Ao Kuan's forehead. No help, Ao Kuan roared. He had 50% true dragon bloodline, and he was a peerless genius of the monster race. He didn't want to die. He still had a great future. With his natural talent, it was a certainty that he would advance into the 8th rank and be comparable to the domain enlightened spirit god realm in the future, and it was even to the extent that he could charge into the exalt realm. He had another form of ambition, and that was to charge into the supreme position of the demon emperor and become an expert in the imperial Tao and reign supreme over the world. Chapter 836. This time, he came to Nine Dragons City to train himself and see if he could obtain any opportunities. He wasn't here to throw his life away. He had never expected to be in such a situation. He was terrified. Stop! A shrill cry was heard, spreading hundreds of miles away. The golden-robed young man in Sky Monster Valley spoke. Lu Ming, right? I advise you to stop. You win this battle, but you can't kill Ao Kuan. The golden-robed young man's eyes seemed to be golden. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming. He exuded a faint majesty, like an emperor looking down on his subjects. This young man was not to be underestimated. Even Shurimo and D-Foam were very polite to him. The demon clan in Sky Monster Valley was unfathomable, and the talents of the younger generation were also very frightening. This was because the demon clan in Sky Monster Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents. No one knew how many powerful descendants there were in Sky Monster Valley and how strong their bloodline was. This golden rogue young man was the same. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Ordinary people would be more or less afraid of him. But Lu Ming did not buy it. He glanced at the golden rogue young man and said, "I can't kill him? Ridiculous. Just now, Alcuin and I agreed to a life-and-death duel. In a life-and-death duel, one side must die. The loser will die. Don't you understand this?" The golden-robed young man's eyes shone brighter, and his body emitted a faint golden light. He said coldly, "I advise you to let Alcuin go. He is a rare talent of the Demon Clan and the son of a big shot in the Flood Dragon Clan. If you kill him, even if you hide in Nine Dragons City with your talent, you will definitely participate in the Battle of Providence. Then, in the Battle of Providence, you will definitely die if you meet someone from the Demon Clan." This was a blatant threat. In the heavenly demon race, there were many geniuses, and they weren't any weaker than the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In this generation, there were even more geniuses. There were all kinds of descendants with a high concentration of bloodline. If they were to target someone in the battle of fate, everyone would be wary. Hee, after losing, you use your backer to threaten me. What a joke. Lu Ming's indifferent voice drifted out as he continued. "I just want to ask, if I lose this battle, will Alcuin show mercy?" Heavenly Monster Tribe quieted down. The demonic beast race had always been tyrannical. If Lu Ming was defeated, how could Alcuin spare Lu Ming? Your identities are different. After a moment of silence, the golden-robed young man spoke. "Bullshit." Lu Ming only replied with a single word. Boom. His aura erupted as he raised the infinite dragon spear high into the air and viciously stabbed it towards Ao Kuin's forehead. "No!" Ao Kuin roared, his huge body trying to struggle. Puff. In the next moment, the Infinity Dragon Spear pierced through Alcuin's forehead. The entire Infinity Dragon Spear went in, and the powerful spear light pierced through Alcuin's huge head. The spear pierced through Alcuin's head. Alcuin roared, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. His huge dragon body struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. Alcuin was dead. "Damn it, you're courting death." In the Heavenly Monster Valley, there were several angry roars. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures flashed and appeared around Lu Ming. Their violent aura shrouded Lu Ming. Peak of the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea tier. These 3 figures were all demon race prodigies equivalent to the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea tier, extremely powerful. In the sky, the golden-robed young man did not move, but the murderous intent on his body was extremely dense and undisguised. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect looked on coldly with anticipation in their eyes. They hoped that more of the geniuses of the Heavenly Monster Valley and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would die. In that case, it would definitely be beneficial for the Heavenly Corpse sect. "Brother Peng, this is too much." Difeng frowned and said, Lu Ming was a genius of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, after all. He could not sit back and do nothing. That's right, a battle of life and death. Lu Ming killing Alcuin is normal. What do you mean by sending out a few geniuses of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm? Do you think that there is no one in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Brothers, let's go. Fatty took the opportunity to shout, wanting to encourage the others to help Lu Ming. Fatty, you are right. Lu Ming is in the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. If you are capable, send out a 6th level spiritual sea realm expert to fight him. Xianxia echoed Fatty's words. That's right. If you are capable, fight him at the same level. Ruan Tingting and the others chimed in. It's okay. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Fatty and the others quieted down. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. He glanced at the 3 of them and said, "If you want to fight, Then let's fight. So what if you were one level higher? So what if you were one level higher? His voice rumbled and spread throughout the place, filled with heroic spirit. If Alcuin dared to fight an expert one level higher, how could Lu Ming not dare do so? Was it too little for Lu Ming to fight above his level? Even if the other party was an extremely powerful genius, so what? Fine, you are courting death. Don't move, I will kill him. A blue-robed youth stepped out, with traces of lightning in his eyes. Wong. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline reappeared, and the battle intent in Lu Ming's eyes explained everything. Die! The blue-robed youth turned into a large bird, spreading its wings over 30 meters wide. His entire body was filled with dense lightning. This is a lightning bird, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Thunderbird. This lightning bird already possesses 30% concentration of bloodline power. Exclamations came from all around. Although this lightning bird's bloodline concentration was inferior to Alcuin's, its cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual sea realm, and its battle prowess was much stronger than Alcuin's. The lightning bird's speed was shockingly fast, like a bolt of lightning flashing past. Endless lightning spread towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and turned into the prison-suppressing steel, colliding with the lightning bird. Boom! The lightning bird was sent flying, retreating far away. However, the prison-suppressing steel also trembled slightly this time. Swish! Then, the prison-suppressing steel enlarged rapidly, continuing to suppress the lightning bird. In the process, a terrifying, devouring power burst out from the prison-suppressing steel, covering the lightning bird's cage. Ah, what's going on? The lightning bird exclaimed. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and under the influence of the devouring power, his strength was greatly weakened. Pong! The prison-suppressing steel smashed heavily on the lightning bird. The lightning on his body was dispersed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood filled with lightning. His huge body fell down and smashed into the fighting ring. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. The lightning bird that reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual sea realm was defeated. It was a clean defeat in just a few moves. 2 huge demonic beasts lay on the huge fighting ring. The lightning bird chirped and transformed into its human form. It retreated hurriedly, looking at Lu Ming in horror. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. Next, who will fight me? Chapter 837. The 2 prodigies of the demon race had ugly expressions on their faces. Their combat strength was only on par with the lightning bird. Even the lightning bird had been defeated. So what could they do? The golden-robed youth in the sky had an ugly expression on his face. On the other hand, Fatty and the others cheered. Haha, it's really lively here today. At this moment, a faint voice came from the sky far away. The voice clearly came from afar, but it sounded like it was right beside everyone's ears. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. Disbelief filled his eyes. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. There was a total of 5 people walking over in the sky. Among the 5, there were 3 youths. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Among the 3 youths, a young man in a purple gold robe was obviously the leader. The other man and woman stood behind the young man in the purple gold robe. Beside the young man in the purple gold robe, there were 2 old men. The 2 old men gave off the feeling that they were ordinary people. They were like 2 ordinary old men who didn't know martial arts. There was no aura coming from their bodies. They were naturally not ordinary people. It was just that their cultivation was too high, so they gave off an illusion. The 2 old men chatted and laughed as they looked down. One of the old men seemed to be introducing something to the other old man. That seems to be the Black Wind Venerable. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, What? The Black Wind Venerable? The Black Wind Venerable of the Imperial Sky Guard? That's him. I've seen him once. It's really the Black Wind Venerable. As soon as this was said, it caused even more exclamations. Countless gazes were cast toward one of the black-robed old men. And venerable. It's actually invenerable. And venerable was a title for a spiritual god realm expert. In other words, this black-robed old man was a peerless spiritual god realm expert. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the strongest. Martial emperors could dominate the world. On the other hand, the domain enlightened spirit god realm was the realm that was closest to the martial monarch realm. Usually, it was rare to see such a person. However, one had appeared at this moment. Then who were the others? They actually needed Invenerable to accompany them. The arrival of the Black Wind Venerable eased the tense atmosphere on the battle stage. Greetings to the Black Wind Venerable. The many sky prides of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace stood up and paid their respects. There's no need to be so courteous. There's a distinguished guest here today. I heard that an exchange meeting is being held here, so I brought him here to take a look. Black Wind Venerable said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. Honored guest. Who could be called a distinguished guest by Black Wind Venerable? The geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley, the four overlords of the Eastern Wilderness, were all here. Naturally, they couldn't be from those two forces. Talisman Puppet Sect? Impossible. The Talisman Puppet Sect has declined now, and it utterly doesn't have the qualifications to be addressed as an honored guest by Exalt Darkwind. Other than these three forces, who else in the Eastern Wilderness was qualified to be called a guest by the Black Wind Venerable? They are from a central continent. Black Wind Venerable said with a smile. What? Everyone was shocked, including the geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley. The Divine Wilderness was divided into 5 huge regions: Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. Since ancient times, the Central Continent had been the most prosperous and powerful among the 5 major regions. The Central Continent had a vast territory and was full of outstanding people. It had always been filled with geniuses and experts. It was the top of the 5 major regions. These people were actually from the Central Continent. These people are from the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty. This is a prince from the Ancient Saint Dynasty. The Black Wind Venerable threw out a bombshell. The crowd was in an uproar. Those who knew the distribution of the forces in the Central Continent were even more shocked. The Central Continent was different from the Eastern Wilderness. The 4 overlords ruled the region. The Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent had been passed down for countless years. It had ruled over the entire Central Continent, and the entire Central Continent was under its control. It was said that the Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce had been established by the Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent. Although some people had heard that the situation in the Central Continent had changed and the imperial family had weakened, the Ancient Saint Dynasty was still the most powerful force. The young man in the purple and gold robe was a prince from the Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent. No wonder the Black Wind Venerable addressed him as an honored guest. In the arena, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Liao Cong had once said that Xianxia was from the Central Continent. However, when Lu Ming asked later, Xianxia did not elaborate. The young man in the purple robe stepped forward and cupped his fists. I am Xianxia. I heard that the Eastern Wilderness geniuses were gathered here today, so I came to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. Your Highness is too polite. I am Di Feng. Di Feng stepped forward and cupped his fists. Brother Di, nice to meet you. Xianxia smiled and bowed. Then, Shi Mo and the young man in the golden robe from the Heavenly Monster Tribe greeted Xianxia. The Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent was not to be underestimated. They naturally wanted to build a good relationship with it. Although the Eastern Wilderness was huge and had hundreds of regions, the Eastern Wilderness was extremely vast. However, those who had reached the level of Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the young man in the golden robe had a bright future. If they reached a certain level, they would sooner or later come into contact with the top geniuses from other regions. Now that they could build a good relationship with a prince from the Ancient Saint Dynasty of the Central Continent, they would not miss it. Lu Ming, I have to go. Let's leave this place together. At that moment, Xianxing's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. His voice was filled with anxiety. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Xianxia hiding in the crowd. His eyes were filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned and sent a message to Xianxia. Let's go. There's no time to explain. Xianxia was in the crowd. He kept retreating as if he wanted to leave this place quietly. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned in the sky. Then his eyes lit up and he turned around. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes as he looked in Xianxia's direction. Haha, little sister, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Are you trying to leave quietly? Xianxia laughed. In a flash, he appeared above Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face turned pale immediately. One of the old men, as well as the two young men behind Xianxia, also looked at Xianxia with sharp gazes. Everyone in the surroundings was taken aback, revealing a puzzled expression. Xianxia called her little sister? Could Xianxia's sister be here? Since when did Xianxia's sister mingle with crowd? Everyone followed Xianxia's gaze and looked at Xianxia. It's her. At that moment, many people's eyes lit up. It's her. The girl who has been walking with Lu Ming is Xianxia's sister? Doesn't that mean she's the princess of the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty? Many people were discussing in shock. Ruan Tingting, Qiao Xian, Fatty, and the rest looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia has such an identity? Lu Ming was also stunned. Although he had always thought that Xianxia's identity was mysterious, he did not expect her to be the princess of the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty. Chapter 838. There were many things that he understood in an instant, but there were also many more questions. No wonder Xianxia did not tell him the truth. No wonder Xianxia was so talented, but he was not a disciple of any force in the Eastern Barren Territory. No wonder Liao Tsong could see through him at first glance. However, if Xianxia had such a high status, why did he travel such a long distance to the Eastern Barren Territory, and even to the rural corner of the Burning Sun Empire? What was the purpose of all this? Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was in the sky. His face was pale, and there was a hint of bitterness in his expression. He said, "You are here to look for me? Heh, you're half right. We're here because our father asked us to form an alliance with the big forces in the East Continent and bring you back. We thought we'd have to go through a lot of trouble to ask the big forces for help in the investigation. We didn't expect to meet you here. You saved us a lot of trouble." Xianxia chuckled. "I will not go back," Xianxia said calmly. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He said, "I know you will say that, but you better not reject us. Seal your cultivation and come with us. Don't make things difficult for me." Xianxia, stop calling me your brother. You are not my brother, and you are not fit to be my brother. Go back with you and continue to be at your mercy. Become your tool and be bullied by you. Go back and tell Xie Qitian that he is not fit to be my father. I would rather die than go back." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said loudly, "How dare you? How dare you call His Majesty by his name? You're courting death. Do you really think you are a princess?" The two young men and the old man shouted at the same time. They stared at Xianxia with unfriendly eyes. Many people around them looked at the situation. Something is not right. Is Xianxia really Xianxia's sister, the princess of the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty? Why did even a few servants dare to scold her? Xianxia's face turned completely dark as he said coldly, "You're getting bolder and bolder. You're the son of a lowly servant, and a mutant at that. If it weren't for Imperial Father's benevolence, I would have slaughtered you and fed you to the dogs. Xianxia, you dare to insult my mother. I will kill you sooner or later." Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Insult your mother? Just a lowly servant. How can she have the qualifications to let this prince humiliate her? Xianxia said in a cold voice. "You're courting death." Xianxia roared, and his destructive power erupted. A beautiful arm slammed towards Xianxia. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. His body emitted a dazzling white light that was incomparably holy. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm formed from white light completely destroyed Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's body trembled as she retreated, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood. Despicable mutant, how dare you resist? This time, no matter what, you have to go back. Father was too merciful in the past. This time, I will report to Father and send you to the underworld demon region. You will suffer the pain of being burned by the demon flames. Let's see if you still dare to come out and disgrace the Xie clan. Xiaozhan's eyes were cold, and there was even a hint of disgust in them. It didn't seem like he was looking at a relative, but rather like a high and mighty prince looking at a beggar. He walked out slowly, and his body emitted a pure white light, making him look even more holy. A strong pressure enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia retreated, and her face turned even paler. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, and a strong aura dispersed Xiaozhan's terrifying pressure. Everyone's gaze shifted. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Xianxia. Xiaozhan's face darkened, and he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Get out of my way." Lu Ming's posture was ramrod straight, as though he was sitting on a mountain. He stood there, emitting a powerful aura. There was a glint in his eyes as he looked directly at Xiaozhan. "I don't care who you are or whether you are Xiaoqing's relative. As long as you dare to hurt her, you are my enemy. Now, since Xiaoqing is unwilling to go with you, then get out of my way." Lu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud and clear, especially the last sentence, "Then get out of my way." It made everyone's heart beat violently. Lu Ming dared to ask Xiaozhan to get out of my way, to ask a prince of the Central Continent ancient Saint dynasty to get out of my way? How bold of him! Xiaozhan was also slightly taken aback. Only after a while did he react. His eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent, as if he was a high and mighty emperor looking down on his subjects. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out. "Lowly ant, you actually dare to speak to me in such a manner. When you say such words, no one in this world will be able to save you. Today, I will chop you into 8 pieces and feed them to the dogs." Bang! Xiaozhan's body emitted a blinding white light, like a white sun. A battle sword formed by the white light tore through the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and executed the heavenly art of suppressing hell, and lashed out with his palm. The heavens and earth trembled violently, and the blinding white light scattered in all directions, causing the others to close their eyes. As the white light dissipated, Lu Ming's body shuddered slightly, and he took 3 steps back. Xiaozhan's eyes flickered coldly, as if he was surprised that Lu Ming was able to resist his attack. "Lu Ming, leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you." Xianxia, who was behind Lu Ming, shouted anxiously. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Xianxia, saying, "What nonsense are you saying? Your matter is my matter." Xianxia's body shuddered, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. She bit her red lips and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. For a moment, she seemed to be in a daze, unable to say a word. Lu Ming smiled and faced Xiaozhan again. "So you have a man outside. Kid, your talent is not bad. It seems like you're a genius of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, no matter which faction you are from, you will die today." After Xiaozhan spoke, he turned to Di Feng and said, "Brother Di, I want to kill this person today. You want her fear, right?" Di Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "I am not familiar with this person. He is not a core member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I will leave him to the prince." "Haha, that's great. Thank you, Brother Di." Xiaozhan burst out laughing. "Nianxiao, who do you think you are? Why should my brother be punished by you?" The fatty was not happy. With a flicker, he came to Lu Ming's side. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian also came to Lu Ming's side. Wang Haoxian's eyes flickered. In the end, he clenched his teeth and came to Lu Ming's side. "This has nothing to do with you. Leave his place first," Lu Ming said to the fatty and the rest. This matter was related to the Middle Continent ancient sacred dynasty. Lu Ming did not want to implicate the fatty and the rest. "Nian Chao, Lu Ming, what is the meaning of this? You don't treat me as a friend? Or do you think my cultivation is too weak to help? Chapter 839. Ruan Tingting and Xiaoxian's eyes were firm. Although their cultivation was low, they chose to advance and retreat with Lu Ming. Looking at the fatty Ruan Tingting and the others, Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart. Xianxia was the same. She had always been eccentric, but her eyes were a little red. Good, good, a bunch of lowly ants. How dare you stop me? Today I'll kill all of you. Xiejian's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Eighth Prince, you don't need to kill them. Leave it to us. With a flash, the man and woman who came with Xiejian appeared beside Xiejian, and the woman said, All right, you guys do it, but I've changed my mind. Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation first. I'll bring them back to the central continent and sell them to the barbarian tribe as slaves. Xiejian said coldly. Yes, the man and woman answered. Xiejian retreated. Then 2 sword cries rang out, one black and one white. 2 sword lights shrouded Lu Ming. Fatty, you guys back off. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and threw 2 consecutive palms. With 2 booming sounds, the sword lights collapsed. The man and woman's faces changed, and with a shout, their sword chi skyrocketed. Both of them were experts at the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, and awakened the 3rd level of the divine rank bloodline. Unfortunately, they were a step too late and didn't see the power of Lu Ming's attack. They didn't know how terrifying Lu Ming was. Lu Ming was only at the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm. They thought that with the 2 of them working together, it would be more than enough to take down Lu Ming. But in the next moment, they found that they were wrong. Lu Ming's battle prowess was simply terrifying. Pung! Pung! Lu Ming stepped out, his palms striking out continuously. The black and white sword lights shattered, and the 2 retreated quickly. Damn it, kill! The 2 roared angrily, and 2 giant swords, one black and one white, appeared above their heads. 3 golden chakras circled around the 2 giant swords. Their bodies merged with the giant swords, and sword cries shook the sky. Shwa! Whoosh! The giant black and white sword slashed violently at Lu Ming with astonishing power. Roar! At this moment, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura surged, and scales appeared on his skin. A berserk aura erupted from him, making him look like a ferocious beast. Scales also appeared on Lu Ming's hands. Even Lu Ming's fingernails became very long, like dragon claws. Whoosh! Whoosh! His hands turned into claws and violently clawed at the 2 black and white giant swords. Amidst the whistling of the sword chi, Lu Ming firmly grasped the blades of the 2 giant swords. The 2 giant swords shook violently, but for a moment, they could not fly out of his hands. Break! Lu Ming roared and exerted force with his claws. Bam! Bam! The black and white giant swords were crushed by Lu Ming, and they reverted back to their human forms. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, were sent flying far away. They fell heavily on the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, countless people opened their eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming and the scales on Lu Ming's body. What's going on? What's up with Lu Ming's scales? It's like a demon. Could it be that he's not a human, but a demon? That's impossible. The cultivation technique that he cultivates is the state of heaven and earth. He's definitely a human. That should be a secret technique. There are many mysterious secret techniques in heaven and earth that can allow a human to transform into a beast. There are even some that can completely transform into a beast. That's right. It should be a secret technique. What a terrifying secret technique. Lu Ming didn't use it just now. It turns out that Lu Ming still has a trump card. The supreme talents from Emperor Sky Deity Palace, Sky Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley opened their eyes wide. It turned out that Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle against the supreme talent from Sky Demon Valley. How strong was Lu Ming a supreme talent who had awakened a level 2 divine gray bloodline. Exactly? Xiezhen's eyes turned even colder. He glanced at the man and woman and scolded, "What a bunch of trash. I have to deal with them personally." Having said that, Xiezhen took another step forward, slowly walking towards Lu Ming. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. In the distance, the Black Wind Reverend and the old man from the central region ancient Saint dynasty watched quietly. They didn't make a sound, nor did they make a move to stop Xiezhen. "Lu Ming, be careful. He has awakened a level 5 divine grade bloodline." Xianxia reminded Xiezhen softly. "Bitch, so what if I remind you?" Xiezhen scolded coldly. A burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. This burly man in golden armor was 100 meters tall, like a deity. He held a golden spear in his hand. There were 5 golden chakras around the burly man in golden armor, which were extremely dazzling. Level 5 divine gray bloodline. Kill. The burly man in golden armor held the long spear in his hand and smashed it down towards Lu Ming from above. Before the long spear arrived, the terrifying pressure was completely unleashed. Xiezhen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. With such cultivation, he had fused with a level 5 divine gray bloodline. It was too powerful and terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying A.O. Kuen's battle strength was when he was only at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Xiezhen would definitely not be weaker than A.O. Kuen in a battle of the same level. It could be seen how terrifying his battle strength was. Roar. At this moment, another dragon roar sounded from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had also unleashed the second dragon force. The 2 dragon forces exploded together, and the power was multiplied. Pung! Lu Ming stomped his foot and soared into the sky. He used the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched the huge golden spear. Dang! The terrifying vibration formed a sound wave that spread out like a storm. Some of the weaker cultivators were shocked, and their eardrums were almost shattered. They all used their martial arts to resist. Xiaoxian's body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The fatty on the side quickly supported Xiaoxian, and his true yuan spread out to help Xiaoxian block the terrifying sound wave. In the sky, the huge spear vibrated and buzzed. The burly man in golden armor's huge body actually trembled and took a step back. Boom! This step in the air caused the space to ripple like water. The air was compressed into liquid and blasted on the battle stage below, causing it to shake violently. And Lu Ming's body only took a step back. Damn it, lowly ant die! Xiezhen roared angrily after using bloodline fusion and was actually pushed back by Lu Ming's punch. Fist of the suppressing devil. The burly man in golden armor roared. The spear in his hand disappeared, and his huge fist punched towards Lu Ming. Wong. The suppressing hell steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and fused his body with the steel. The moment they fused, the 2 dragon forces also fused with the steel, causing it to be even stronger than before. Suppressing Hell Heaven skill. The suppressing hell steel enlarged and suppressed the burly man in golden armor. At the same time, the burly man in golden armor's terrifying fist light blasted towards the steel. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations exploded in the sky. Even from thousands of miles away, the shocking fluctuations could be heard. Dozens of explosions rang out in succession. Chapter 840. Suppress. Be it demon, deity, ghost, or monster, suppress them all. A loud voice came from the suppressing prison steel. The suppressing prison steel became 10,000 meters tall and pressed down on Xiezhen. Xiezhen, who was in the form of a man in golden armor, roared and punched out. However, in the next instant, his eyes were filled with fear. The suppressing prison steel pressed down, and the fist radiance collapsed. The suppressing prison steel went for the head of the man in golden armor. Hold on. The man in golden armor roared and dodged the attack. He used his shoulder to block the suppressing prison steel and his hands to support himself. But the suppressing prison steel could suppress everything. It was as heavy as an ancient mountain, and it was not something that the man in golden armor could withstand. "Kneel down." Lu Ming's voice came from the suppressing prison steel. Boom! The man in golden armor could not withstand it, and his body fell off the fighting ring. Then his body trembled and he knelt down. "Ah!" The man in golden armor roared in anger. He, the prince of the Middle Continent ancient sage dynasty, was actually suppressed by Lu Ming in public and forced to kneel on the fighting ring. This was a great humiliation. "I want you to die. I want you to die." Xianxia's voice came out. "Then I'll kill you now." Lu Ming's voice could be heard. The prison-suppressing monument shone and shook slightly. The burly man in golden armor roared furiously and lay down on the ground. His body shrank rapidly and turned into Xianxia's appearance. He looked at the prison-suppressing monument above his head in horror and anger. Boom! The suppressing prison steel pressed down on Xianxia. "How dare you?" At this moment, a voice came out and rumbled in the area. It was the old man who stood beside the Black Wind Venerable. At that moment, he let out a cold snort, extended a skinny hand, and pointed forward. A huge finger that looked like the finger of a deity appeared out of thin air and pointed at the suppressing prison steel. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an unbelievably strong force shrouding him. He was powerless in front of this force. Bam! The finger touched the suppressing prison steel. Instantly, the suppressing prison steel exploded and turned back into Lu Ming's body. He flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground 10 miles away. Boom! Lu Ming lay in the middle of the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken, and he was in excruciating pain. That old man was too formidable, peerless, and unfathomable. It was very likely that he was a domain-enlightened spirit god, just like Exalt Blackwind. "Lu Ming!" Xianxia let out a delicate cry and charged toward Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Lu Ming and helped Lu Ming up. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Lu Ming, are you okay?" Xianxia supported Lu Ming and continuously poured his true essence into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He smiled and said, "Idiot, why are you crying?" "I'm fine." Lu Ming. At this moment, Fatty and the others charged over as well. "Damn it, a dignified Exalt Realm expert actually made a move against you. If worse comes to worst, I'll get that old bastard of mine to come over and slap him to death." Fatty roared furiously. "Fatty, don't interfere in this matter. Quickly leave this place," said Lu Ming. Their opponents were too strong. They had an Exalt Realm expert, and their current cultivations were no different than ants in the eyes of an Exalt Realm expert. If they resisted, then all of them would die. Lu Ming absolutely didn't want to implicate Fatty and the others. "Lu Ming, I'll go back with them. Recuperate properly and stop fighting." Xianxing's tears flowed incessantly as she spoke. "No, little Qing, I can sense that you'll definitely suffer if you go back. Even if I have to fight with my life on the line, I don't want you to go back and suffer." Lu Ming struggled with the intention of getting up. Xianxia and the others didn't treat Xianxing like a family member at all. They treated him like an enemy or even a servant. Even a few servants dared to scold Xianxing. It was obvious that Xianxing wouldn't have a good time when he went back. Lu Ming wouldn't stop them if they were normal family members. However, it was obvious that they weren't normal family members. Although Lu Ming didn't know the inside story, Xianxing's words of "I'd rather die than go back" explained everything. He would rather die than return. In Xianxing's heart, returning was worse than death. Swoosh! The old man took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming and the others. Kill them. I want all of them dead." Xianxia screamed hysterically. He was a lofty prince of the Eastern Continent's ancient Saint dynasty, yet he'd actually been suppressed by Lu Ming and forced to kneel on the spot. How humiliating was that? He was filled with hatred. The old man frowned slightly, and then he looked at Xianxia and said, 16th Princess, please come back with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. As an exalt at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, it was truly embarrassing for the old man to make a move against a few juniors. So, he hadn't used much strength against Lu Ming at all, and he'd only stopped Lu Ming from killing Xianxia. If he'd really used some strength, then Lu Ming would have died, even if he had 10 lives. The gap between the Sea of Soul Realm and the domain enlightened spirit god realm was too huge. All right, Exalt Guardian, I'll go back with you, but you have to let Lu Ming and the others go. Xianxia spoke. No, that bastard must die. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with killing intent as he shouted. If you want to kill him, then I'd rather die than return. At most, you could bring my corpse back. With a move of his hand, a short sword appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he pressed it against his chest with a resolute expression. Lil Qing don't. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. Miss Nianqing. Fatty and the others were shocked as well. Bitch, how dare you threaten me? Xianxia roared. The Exalt Guardian frowned even more. No matter what, I'm still Xie Qitian's daughter. If you bring my corpse back, I believe Xie Qitian won't be happy. Xianxing's gaze was firm as he stared at the old man, and Xianxia in the air. Xianxia's face stiffened. He wasn't very outstanding among the princes. If he really brought Xianxing's corpse back, then his position in his father's heart would probably be slightly affected. Even if it was just a little bit, it was still a big deal to him. The Exalt Guardian pondered for a moment and said, All right, I promise you. It doesn't matter whether you kill them or not. Thank you. Then, Xianxing's gaze turned to Xianxia. Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally said, All right, I also promise to let that bastard go. But you have to promise to seal your cultivation and go back with us obediently. All right, I'll do as I say. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with reluctance in his eyes. Fool, I'm leaving. Xianxia smiled with a trace of sadness, as beautiful as a summer flower. Lil Qing, Lu Ming exclaimed softly and clenched his fists. In the end, he was still powerless to keep Xianxia and needed Xianxia to save his life. At this moment, he hated his own powerlessness and his lack of strength. If he had the strength to dominate the world, how could Xianxia and the others take Xianxia away? How could he let Xianxia do something that she didn't want to do? Chapter 841. He seemed to have made rapid progress recently, competing with the Eastern Wilderness geniuses, but that was only among the younger generation. Moreover, even among the younger generation, he might not be a match for Defeng, Shurimo, and the others. Moreover, there were still the top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents ahead of him. This was only among the younger generation. Compared to the ancient families, or even the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Middle Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty, he was still far behind. In the face of such forces, he seemed so powerless. Power, power! Lu Ming kept growling in his heart. 16th Princess, I've already agreed. Come with me now. The Guardian said. Xianxing's body trembled. She suddenly bent down and pressed her red lips on Lu Ming's. At this moment, their lips were touching, as if they had become one. Bitch! Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly as he growled. But at this moment, no one paid attention to Xianxia. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming and Xianxia. After a long while, their lips parted. 2 drops of tears fell on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. No matter how much pain I suffer, I won't die. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you rule the world. When you rule the world, we'll hold hands and never be separated. Her voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Xianxia had already floated away and landed beside the Guardian. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming felt as if a large stone was stuck in his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Miss Nianqing. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian's eyes glistened with tears. Wang Haoxian also looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with a complicated expression. Ah, damn it, I'm going to call that old bastard here. The fat man growled, his fat body trembling. Rule the world? What a joke. How dare an ant try to defy the heavens? What a dream. Guardian, let's go. Xianxia sneered. He came to the Guardian and said, Bitch, alien, this time we go back, I'll make you go to the 9th underworld. Just you wait. The protector waved his hand and took Xianxia, the man, and the woman. They turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Xianxia had left. Let's leave, the fat man said. That was because there were people from the heavenly monster valley looking at them with unfriendly gazes. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Even Xianxia, the prince of the Middle Continent ancient Saint dynasty, who had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline, and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. He was too powerful. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, they had other thoughts. Let's go. The fat man wrapped Lu Ming with his true origin and left in a flash. Ruan Tingting and the rest followed behind. The eyes of the people from the Sky Demon Valley flashed, but they did not chase after them. After all, this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Sky Demon Valley. If they chased after the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace openly, would the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace allow it? Otherwise, they would lose all their face. What an interesting guy. The Black Wind Venerable smiled and said, You guys continue the competition. I'm leaving. A black wind blew past, and the Black Wind Venerable disappeared. Now that Alcuin is dead and Lu Ming has retreated with serious injuries, why don't we start the competition from the 6th level of the Spiritual Sea Realm? Defeng looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest left, then looked at Mo and the golden-robed youth. I have no objections. Mo said. Okay. The golden-robed youth could only nod. The competition continued, but Lu Ming and the rest had nothing to do. 1,000,000 miles away, in a hidden valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, trying his best to heal his injuries. Previously, he was hit by the Honorable Guardian of the Middle Continent ancient Saint dynasty. Although the Honorable Guardian did not use much strength, he was still severely injured, and his bones were broken into a few hundred pieces. Fortunately, it was only a physical injury, and his internal organs were only slightly injured. With Lu Ming's current physical strength and cultivation, he could recover quickly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and he was in peak condition. Wang Haoxian's figure flickered, and she appeared beside Lu Ming. How's the investigation? Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxian. 2 days ago, Lu Ming asked Wang Haoxian to investigate where Xianxia and the rest were, and whether they were still in Nine Dragon City. Previously, Xianxia had said that they came to Eastern Wilderness to form an alliance with a few major forces. Forming an alliance was a big deal, and Lu Ming guessed that Xianxia and the rest would not leave so soon. Therefore, he sent Wang Haoxian to investigate. The people from Middle Continent are still there, and they're staying in the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden in another dragon vein. Wang Haoxian told him the truth. Ocean Wave Ancient Garden? I know. Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes again. Not far away, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and Xiaoxian were discussing something. Why do you think Lu Ming sent Wang Haoxian to find out where the people from Middle Continent are staying? Is he trying to save Miss Nianqing? With Lu Ming's cultivation, he will definitely die if he goes there. Ruan Tingting whispered. That's right. They have honorables, and he will definitely die if he goes there. We still have to keep an eye on Lu Ming, and don't let him do anything rash. Fatty nodded. Another day passed. Lu Ming sat still. At this moment, the image of Xianxia kept flashing in his mind. Back then, when they met for the first time in the ancestral remains of the Dongyi tribe in the Burning Sun Empire, they fought fiercely in the beginning. At that time, Xianxia suffered a great loss. Later on, the two of them met again in the Scorching Sun Imperial capital. After that, the two of them experienced a lot together. The words, "I will trample you under my feet," echoed in Lu Ming's ears from time to time. After going through so much together, Xianxia's image had been deeply engraved in his heart. Similarly, his image was deeply engraved in Xianxia's heart, and it was difficult to erase it. When you rule the world, you and I will hold hands and never be separated. Xianxia's words were still ringing in his ears. However, he did not know how many years it would take to rule the world. Moreover, Martial Emperor Di was standing in front of Lu Ming, blocking him. He didn't know if he could defeat Emperor Di. If he failed, wouldn't Xianxia have to stay in the ancient empire of the central continent for the rest of her life? Wouldn't she stay in that place where she suffered? Xiaoqing, when you suddenly disappeared for 2 years, were you also brought back to the middle continent? But then, you ran out again. Since you don't want to go back to that home, and that home will make you suffer, then I won't let you go. It's too long to wait for me to rule the world. I will seize every moment. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be 2 rays of spear light piercing through the air and into the clouds. With a flash, Fatty and the others appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming, have you recovered? Fatty asked. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and then said, you guys leave Nine Dragons City first. I have something to do. Fatty's face changed, and he said, Lu Ming, are you going to save Miss Nianqing? No, you will die if you go like this. Chapter 842. Lu Ming let out a smile and said, don't worry, I have my ways. I won't risk my life. What ways? Lu Ming, you don't have to lie to us. If you have a way to deal with the Martial Highness, we'll go together. The Fatty yelled. Fatty, why do you have to do this? Lu Ming let out a sigh. Suddenly, his figure took a few steps backward. Buzz! Lines of runes appeared on the ground, forming a huge formation, trapping the Fatty and his crew within it. Lu Ming already knew that the Fatty and his crew would not leave. Thus he had secretly carved the runes. The formation appeared like a cage, trapping the Fatty, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting, and Xiao Xian within it. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're despicable, trapping us with a formation. Let us out at once. I'll challenge you to a duel. The Fatty yelled. Ruan Tingting and the others blurted out in panic too. Lu Ming let out a smile as his heart was filled with warmth. He was willing to take the risk, but he would not let the Fatty and his crew take the risk too. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming let out a smile before he glanced at Wang Haoxian and said, I've lied to you before. If anything happens to me, the soul-splitting formation will dissolve on its own. With that, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the air. Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian glanced in the direction Lu Ming had left with a complicated expression. Let's do it. Let's break the formation. The Fatty let out a furious roar as he unleashed his full strength to break the formation. Lu Ming traveled rapidly in the air, covering 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. He did not head to the ocean billow ancient garden, but to the dragon vein. He soon covered a distance of 1,000,000 li. Lu Ming returned to the location of the previous gathering. The gathering had already come to an end. The crowd had already dispersed, leaving only a few people observing the godly Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming didn't stop as he strode towards the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. When he was within 10,000 meters, the Nine-Dragon Cauldron emitted a massive pressure. However, it didn't stop Lu Ming's footsteps at all. Step by step, he walked steadily towards the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Soon, he was within 1,000 meters of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. That looks like Lu Ming. It's really him. It seems like his injuries have already healed. What is he doing here? I don't know. Some people recognized Lu Ming and looked at him curiously. After the previous battle, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout Nine Dragon City. Many people believed that in time, Lu Ming would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, there were also people who believed that Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the second level of the divine level. His potential was limited, and his future achievements could not compare to those of the top 100 prodigies. Lu Ming had no idea what was going on, nor did he care to find out. Step by step, he approached the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Roar! Within his body, the blood of the 9 dragons roared, constantly emitting draconic roars. However, outsiders could not hear it. The closer he got to the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the more violent the 9 dragons' bloodline became. It seemed to want to rush out of his body and pounce on the divine 9-dragon cauldron, but Lu Ming suppressed it. He was getting closer and closer to the divine 9-dragon cauldron. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, a layer of blood-red light spread out from Lu Ming's back. Dong! At this moment, the divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated. The vibration traveled thousands of miles, and the entire dragon vein seemed to shake. Not far away, the others widened their eyes. The divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated. The divine 9-dragon cauldron that has remained motionless for thousands of years actually vibrated. I heard that it vibrated once a while ago. I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Unbelievable. Why? Why is the divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrating? These people exclaimed. They had never thought that it was because of Lu Ming. How could a young man make the divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrate? How could the divine 9-dragon cauldron, which even martial emperors could not move, vibrate? Lu Ming's eyes were bright and persistent as he strode forward. He was getting closer and closer. Dong! The divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated again. The surrounding people were even more shocked. In the distance, there were streaks of light flying towards them. These people had rushed over because they had heard the commotion. Heavens, the divine 9-dragon cauldron really moved? The people who rushed over later were also shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming had already reached one of the legs of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron had 4 legs, all of which were extremely huge. That seems to be Lu Ming. What is he doing? Some of the people who came later recognized Lu Ming. Look, he is hugging the legs of the cauldron. He is going to move the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Ridiculous. Countless geniuses have tried in history, but it was useless. How can he move it? Someone sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming hugged the legs of the cauldron with both hands. Of course, he could not hug it completely. He could only hug a corner. Rise! Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered, and he suddenly exerted force. Dong! As Lu Ming exerted force, the divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated again. This time, the vibration was louder and more shocking than the previous 2 times. The vibration spread far and wide like a storm. The entire dragon vein trembled violently and shook violently. The divine 9-dragon cauldron is moving again, and it is even more violent. It can't be. Could it be that the divine 9-dragon cauldron is moving because of Lu Ming? Someone guessed. No way, it can't be. It must be a coincidence. Some people found it hard to accept and shook their heads, thinking that it was a coincidence. Rise! Lu Ming roared again. Dong! The divine 9-dragon cauldron moved again. The huge body of the cauldron was shaking. On the ground, there were huge rocks breaking and splashing. Oh my God, it's moving again. It's really because of Lu Ming. Unbelievable. Someone shouted, while more people looked at all of this with their mouths agape. In the sky, rainbow lights flashed, and more people flew over. Divine 9-dragon cauldron, what are you waiting for? Now, come and fight with me. Lu Ming roared, his voice shaking the sky. The others were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight with the cauldron? Who was he going to fight? Some people remember the grudge between Lu Ming and the ancient empire of Middle Continent a few days ago and gasped. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to fight with the experts of the ancient empire of Middle Continent? How bold! How bold! Divine 9-dragon cauldron, I know you have a spirit. Come and fight with me. Lu Ming continued to roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline in his body roared. The voice of the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be constantly transmitted into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, Lu Ming felt that there was a spirit in the divine nine-dragon cauldron that was resisting. It was unwilling to leave the ground and fight with Lu Ming. "You are too weak." Suddenly, a voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's ears. It seemed to come from ancient times and was full of vicissitudes. This voice could not be heard by others except for Lu Ming. "I am too weak, but in the future I will rule the world." Lu Ming roared, his battle intent invincible. Dong! Chapter 843. In Lu Ming's Sea of Consciousness, the lightning cauldron vibrated, and a voice was transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Dong! At that moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated even more violently. The ground under the cauldron's feet suddenly exploded, sending rocks flying into the distance. "Rise!" Lu Ming hugged the legs of the cauldron and shouted. Then, everyone was shocked to see the cauldron as big as a mountain leave the ground. Yes, Lu Ming carried it and lifted it off the ground. At that moment, the place was dead silent. "Cauldron, fight with me!" Lu Ming shouted again. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This mouthful of blood was the blood of the nine dragons. It flowed down Lu Ming's throat and onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Dong! The divine nine-dragon cauldron vibrated even more violently and emitted a bright light. Lu Ming lifted it up high. "Oh my God, what did I just see?" Lu Ming lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He really lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Did the divine nine-dragon cauldron acknowledge him? Unbelievable. Almost everyone was shouting as if they had gone mad. Rumble. The dragon vein vibrated violently as if the entire dragon vein was about to turn into a dragon and leave. At that moment, not only the dragon vein, but the other 8 dragon veins in the nine-dragon city were also vibrating violently. There was a cauldron at the head of each dragon vein. Now, those cauldrons were all vibrating. What's going on? What happened? Above the dragon vein, countless experts who were cultivating in seclusion opened their eyes one after another, revealing a look of shock. The dragon vein is vibrating. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is vibrating. What happened? Countless voices were heard. At that moment, countless experts in the nine-dragon city were startled. In the depths of the 6 ancient families, 6 middle-aged men opened their eyes. These 6 middle-aged men were the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families that Martial Emperor Di had gathered previously. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is vibrating. What happened? Surprised voices were heard from the 6 people. In the depths of the Tian Imperial Guards, Yin Kuang-tu was drinking wine. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a bright light as he stood up and looked into the distance. To think that the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has not moved since ancient times, actually moved. Interesting. A curious voice came from Yin Kuang-tu's mouth. On the dragon head, Lu Ming pulled out the cauldron, startling everyone. The nine-dragon cauldron actually became lighter when the blood of the 9 dragons landed on it. Lu Ming's mind raced. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Bang! Space trembled. Lu Ming carried the cauldron and stepped in the air, causing the space to tremble violently. However, Lu Ming stood firmly in the air. Go! Then, Lu Ming took another step forward. Although the void shook, Lu Ming stood firmly. Xiaoqing, I'm here. Lu Ming's footsteps quickened as he soared through the air, heading towards the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. At this moment, the sky was filled with people. However, all of them were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Lu Ming was actually able to carry the cauldron and walk into the distance. What was he trying to do? Countless people followed behind Lu Ming, wanted to see what was going on. Lu Ming, the divine nine-dragon cauldron, is the most valuable treasure of a nine-dragon city. What are you trying to do by carrying the cauldron? Put it down. A few elders appeared in front of Lu Ming and berated him loudly. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. It was the aura of the spirit embryo realm. It's the experts of the Imperial Heavenly Guard. Someone recognized that the Imperial Heavenly Guard was the closest to this place. Scram! Lu Ming berated them and took a step forward. Boom! This step seemed to borrow the power of the cauldron. Endless pressure pressed down on the few experts. The expressions of the experts of the Imperial Heavenly Guard changed drastically as though they were under endless pressure. They screamed in pain as their bodies trembled. They were sent flying far away, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? Countless people sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming took a step forward and sent a few experts of the spirit embryo realm flying back while coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming seems to be able to borrow the power of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Terrifying, terrifying. How'd he do it? Not only can he lift the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron that emperors can't move, he can even borrow the power of the cauldron. How is this possible? The surroundings were bustling with noise. The experts who wanted to stop Lu Ming also had a terrible expression. They didn't dare to make a move. Lu Ming stepped on the void and walked faster and faster. In the end, he was sprinting and could travel dozens of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Lu Ming was surrounded by people. Everyone was looking at Lu Ming in a daze, looking at the person who was carrying the cauldron. Lu Ming's body was really small compared to the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, he was able to carry the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He had the strength to pick up mountains, and his aura was unrivaled. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. I've arrived at the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed in front of him. After 3 hours, Lu Ming had finally arrived at the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. In front of him, there were layers upon layers of palaces situated on top of a mountain. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, making it look like a fairyland. This was the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. It was specially used by the Emperor Sky Divine Palace to receive important guests. The commotion outside had obviously alarmed the Ocean Wave Ancient Park. Whoosh, whoosh, a figure flew out. It was Xianxia, the man and the woman. The Honorable Guardian was also there. In addition, there were 2 middle-aged, burly men. At this moment, Xianxia and the rest were looking at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was actually carrying a huge cauldron. Lu Ming, it's you again. What are you doing here? Are you here to die? Xianxia shouted coldly, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Hand Xiaoqing over. Since Xiaoqing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Little bastard, you still don't want to give up? Fine, since you're here to die, I'll send you on your way. Take him down. Xianxia waved his hand. The 2 middle-aged, burly men stepped out, their bodies emitting a powerful aura. Spirit Embryo Realm. These 2 burly men were experts in the Spirit Embryo Realm. Scram! Lu Ming shouted and stepped out. Boundless pressure exploded, and the 2 burly men's faces changed. They screamed in pain and were sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. How could this be? Xianxia's eyes were about to explode, and his mouth was wide open in disbelief. Dong! Lu Ming stepped out again, and a violent pressure came crashing down on Xianxia. 8th Prince, be careful. The Honorable Guardian moved and appeared in front of Xianxia. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he punched out. Heaven and earth trembled, and the space trembled violently. A pillar of air shot up into the sky and blocked Lu Ming's stomp that borrowed the power of the cauldron. A spirit god realm expert was terrifyingly powerful, and Lu Ming couldn't do anything to him even if he borrowed the power of the cauldron. The legendary divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron of Nine-Dragon City was actually pulled out by you. Unbelievable. I can't let you live today. A wisp of killing intent flashed in the Honorable Guardian's eyes as he stepped out. Boom. Chapter 844. The expressions of countless people in the surroundings changed violently. It was like a mountain was pressing down upon them, and they had the feeling that a great calamity was about to descend upon them. Shit, The Exalt is about to display his might. Let's retreat. Retreat. A wave of terrified cries resounded from the surroundings while countless figures retreated madly like ants. I've already spared you once, yet you refuse to repent. Then I'll kill you. The Exalt Guardian stretched out his palm and slashed down. A dazzling ray of light appeared and slashed down towards Lu Ming. Hiss! The sound of space being torn apart resounded as the ray of light slashed down and actually directly tore space apart, causing a pitch-black spatial rift to appear. In the distance, countless people opened their eyes wide. According to legend, domain spirit god realm experts could truly tear space apart and create spatial rifts. However, if there wasn't a major battle, then ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to see a domain spirit god realm expert fight. Now, they'd finally seen one. Sure enough, it was as the rumors said. How terrifying was the might of a palm that tore space apart? How would Lu Ming resist it? Break! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He grabbed the legs of a 9-dragon cauldron with both hands and lifted it up. Bang! The enormous cauldron collided with the ray of light. Clang! The ray of light merely shook when it struck the cauldron before it was directly destroyed. There wasn't even a trace of a mark on the cauldron. Hand Xiaoqing over. Lu Ming roared as he grabbed the enormous cauldron and took a large stride forward. After that, he swung the enormous cauldron again and smashed it down towards the Exalt Guardian like a hammer. Bastard! The Exalt Guardian roared furiously while his hair and beard fluttered while his aura grew even more shocking. An enormous sword appeared in his hand, and along with his true essence pouring madly into it, the enormous sword became 10,000 meters long. It was like a divine sword that split the heavens as it slashed down towards the enormous cauldron. Clang! The enormous sword and the enormous cauldron collided, and a world-shaking rumble resounded. Boundless gales of force tore out, while a pitch-black spatial rift appeared in the sky. Swish! A ray of sword chi slashed down to the ground, and a rift that was a few hundred kilometers long opened up in the ground. It was unfathomable. It was too terrifying. Such a battle was absolutely capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. A figure stepped on the void and staggered backward. It was that Exalt Guardian, a domain enlightened spirit god, and he'd actually been blasted back. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming was only a young man around the age of 20 and possessed a cultivation at the sea spirit realm. Yet he'd actually raised the cauldron and repelled a peerless expert at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. This was too inconceivable, and it felt unreal as if it was a dream. Xie Zhen's eyes widened. He was almost scared to death. The protector of the ancient Saint dynasty was forced back by Lu Ming. If the cauldron were to hit him, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? His back was drenched in cold sweat as he hastily retreated towards the Ocean Billow Ancient Garden. The Ocean Billow Ancient Garden was protected by a powerful array formation. Hand over Xiaoqing. Lu Ming strode forward, and the giant cauldron smashed towards the venerable protector again. The Guardian Knight roared as a huge sword with 5 golden chakras appeared above his head. That was the Guardian Knight's bloodline, a 5th Grey God Realm bloodline. Such a bloodline was terrifying when used by a domain enlightened spirit god. The Guardian Knight's figure charged into the huge sword, and the huge sword whistled as it struck towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised the giant cauldron and smashed it down. Another shocking explosion resounded, and heaven and earth shook. The huge sword was blasted away, but Lu Ming also staggered back. His chi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the strange thing was that when he spat out the blood, it was directly absorbed by the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The cauldron glowed, and Lu Ming felt that the divine 9-dragon cauldron had become lighter. It was easier for him to wield it. He took a step forward, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron smashed towards the Guardian Knight again. The huge sword vibrated and collided with the cauldron again. Bang! This time, the huge sword was blasted away. It flew for over 100 miles before it reverted back to its human form and crashed into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep crater. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was simply heaven-defying. He actually beat a domain enlightened spirit god to the point that he was half dead. Lu Ming ignored the guardian knight. He carried the giant cauldron and walked towards the ancient ocean wave garden step by step. "Bastard! How dare you? You deserve to die!" Two fierce shouts resounded from the ancient ocean wave garden. Two figures charged out from the garden and stood in the air. They were two old men, and the aura they emitted was equally terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the guardian knight from before. In fact, they were even stronger. There was more than one domain enlightened spirit god from the central continent's ancient Saint dynasty. The two old men were also experts from the central continent's ancient imperial dynasty. The two old men didn't say anything and charged towards Lu Ming. "I told you to hand over Xianxia. Otherwise, we'll flatten the ancient ocean wave garden today." A deep roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. There was a crazed look in his eyes. Boom, boom. He was fearless. He carried the divine nine-dragon cauldron and started a shocking battle with the two old men. More and more people came from all directions, but no one dared to come within 3,000 miles. A battle between domain enlightened spirit gods was too shocking. Experts below the domain enlightened spirit god realm would only die if they got close. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed in a room in the depths of the ancient ocean wave garden. Her aura was extremely weak. Her true yuan and spirit flame had been sealed. She looked like an ordinary person. She sat quietly on the bed with a longing look in her eyes. "Lu Ming, how are you? I thought that those fellows wouldn't come since the Battle of Providence was approaching. I didn't expect that they would still come. I can't hide from them in the end. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that disgusting home." Xianxia murmured softly. The Middle Continent ancient Saint dynasty had a long history. Legend had it that it had been passed down since ancient times. The ancient Saint dynasty's Xia clan had the bloodline of the ancient human emperor. The bloodline that they had awakened was holy and sacred. However, Xianxia had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. To the holy and sacred Xia clan, it was a lowly and dirty bloodline. Moreover, Xianxia's mother was only a servant girl. Her father had given birth to Xianxia because of her. However, after Xianxia had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline, her mother had been killed as a heretic. Xianxia was the descendant of the ancient Saint dynasty's emperor, after all. That was why she had managed to survive. However, she had been ridiculed and humiliated. Xianxia had lived under such a shadow since she was young. She hated that clan and wanted to escape. There were other examples like her in the history of the ancient Saint dynasty's Xia clan. The dark side of light was the dark side. Occasionally, a completely dark bloodline would be born among the divine bloodlines. In history, there have been such bloodlines that had caused chaos in the world and almost destroyed the ancient Saint dynasty. Therefore, those who had such heavenly demon bloodlines had all met a tragic end. There was no exception. Xianxia hated that clan because of her mother. She also knew that she would not have a good ending if she continued to stay in that clan. Secretly, there were many people who wanted to get rid of her. Chapter 845. She had escaped a few times, but every time, she was found and brought back. They claimed that they couldn't allow a freak like her to ruin the reputation of the Xia clan. How laughable. She had never said that she was a member of the Xia clan. She disdained to be a member of the Xia clan. Those people from the Xia clan just didn't want her to live in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient emperor was her father, she would have died a long time ago. "Lu Ming, no matter what kind of environment I face when I return, I will not die. I will work hard in my cultivation. I will wait for you to come and get me when you return." Xianxia muttered as her eyes lit up. She believed that Lu Ming could do it. "Hand Xiaoqing over. Since Xiaoqing isn't willing to go back with you, I won't let her go with you." Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. Xianxia's body trembled. It was Lu Ming's voice. "Lu Ming, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anxiety. She got up and rushed out of the door. Unfortunately, there were formations set up all around the room. Her cultivation was sealed, so she couldn't rush out at all. As soon as she touched the wooden door, a bolt of lightning flashed on the door. She flew out as if she was struck by lightning. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. Xianxia shouted. However, her voice could only reverberate in the small room. It couldn't travel out at all. Hand Xiao Qing over. Lu Ming's angry roars could be heard from outside from time to time. Along with his roars, there was an earth-shattering rumble. Lu Ming, leave, Xianxia shouted as tears flowed down her face. She rushed towards the wooden door again. However, she was struck by lightning just like before. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She didn't know what method Lu Ming had used to fight the experts of the ancient Saint dynasty. However, she knew that the ancient Saint dynasty Xie clan had sent more than one spirit god realm expert. Furthermore, this was the Nine-Dragon City, and the ancient Saint dynasty Xie clan was an esteemed guest of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. How could the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace allow Lu Ming to deal with their esteemed guest? Lu Ming was destined to be in danger. Sure enough, not long after, two more powerful cultivators from the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty rushed out. The battle outside was even more intense. Lu Ming, you fool, Xianxia whispered. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the tears from rolling down his cheeks. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. The blood mixed with her tears, making her look as beautiful as a flower. In the sky above Hylon Ancient Park, the battle had reached its climax. Lu Ming fought two domain enlightened spirit gods with the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, and the entire heavens and the earth seethed while numerous spatial rifts flashed into appearance. Lu Ming had actually relied on the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to suppress two domain enlightened spirit gods. Yes, Lu Ming had the upper hand in the battle against two domain enlightened spirit gods. Lu Ming, how dare you attack an esteemed guest of the ancient Saint dynasty? Are you trying to frame the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Capture him and hand him over to His Majesty. Cold shouts resounded from the sky as over a dozen figures descended. Every single one of them emitted a terrifying aura. Domain enlightened spirit gods. These dozen figures were all domain enlightened spirit gods. The domain enlightened spirit gods of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had arrived. This bastard actually dared to touch the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron that even emperors couldn't touch. He must be a demon. We should capture him and interrogate him before executing him. One of the old men shouted coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. This old man wore a starry robe. He was the Shangwan clan's elder with real authority, Shangwan Wuchen and Shangwan Wuling's grandfather, Shangwan Zhongyuan. Half a year ago, he'd repeatedly sent experts to kill Lu Ming, but they'd all been killed by Lu Ming. He'd been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming since a long time ago. Now, it was the right time for him to personally make a move. Dong! Shangwan Zhongyuan took a step forward. Starlight that filled the sky descended and transformed into a starry sword that slashed violently towards Lu Ming. As one of the few domain enlightened spirit gods in the Shangwan clan, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! At the same time, a few other domain enlightened spirit gods attacked as well. Terrifying attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. In addition to the two experts from the Central Continent's ancient Saint dynasty, there were a total of 6 experts that attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The entire sky was shattered as numerous spatial rifts appeared. Lu Ming felt unparalleled pressure. Roar! The Nine Dragons bloodline within Lu Ming's body let out long howls as dense blood qi effused out. Pooh! Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood onto the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. This was the blood of the Nine Dragons bloodline. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron shook as Lu Ming raised it and swept it out horizontally. Bang! 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 The 6 attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body shook violently as well. His bones seemed to be on the verge of breaking, and his entire body was numb from the shock. However, he blocked them in the end. The others in the surroundings gasped incessantly. Lu Ming had actually resisted 6 domain enlightened spirit gods by himself, and was actually able to survive. Even though it was because of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, being able to utilize the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron itself was an extremely terrifying thing. Everyone, this kid is evil. Let's attack together and capture him and hand him over to His Majesty to deal with. Shangguan Zhongyuan cried out. There were still 7 domain enlightened spirit gods in the sky who hadn't made a move. They originally disdained to besiege a junior. However, their gazes flickered when they heard Shangguan Zhongyuan. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron is of great importance. It hasn't been moved for ages, yet it moved because of him. We really have to capture him and get to the bottom of this. Someone spoke. Exactly, someone replied. Thump, thump. Even more people stepped forward while emanating violent auras. Come, I'll slaughter the domain enlightened spirit gods today. Lu Ming roared loudly while his eyes were filled with madness. He'd originally intended to utilize the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to crush the Exalted Guardians and take Xianxia away from Nine Dragon City. However, these supreme domain enlightened spirit gods from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had actually joined forces against him without any reason. Thus, he could only fight today. Attack. This time, a total of 9 domain enlightened spirit gods attacked. Their terrifying might swept out in a vast array as 9 attacks of various colors enveloped down towards Lu Ming. The attacks hadn't even arrived when Lu Ming suffered terrifying pressure, and his body seemed as if it was on the verge of exploding apart. If he hadn't relied on the might of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to protect himself, he would have been blasted into pieces a long time ago. Roar! Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline within his body roared violently without end. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't suppress it any longer, and the 9 dragons' bloodline shot into the sky as he roared furiously. The dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth while the 9 dragons' bloodline's body expanded swiftly to become over 10,000 meters long, and it coiled around the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. That's a god-rank bloodline. Heavens! What's going on? Isn't Lu Ming's bloodline a stone tablet? Why has it become a true dragon? 2 god-rank bloodlines. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Some people had seen Lu Ming attack, and they cried out with disbelief at this moment. Chapter 846. The 9 dragon bloodline roared at the sky. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook violently and radiated light. Boom boom. Lu Ming lifted the 9 dragon cauldron and swept it out, once again destroying the 9 attacks. The 9 dragon bloodline roared again and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. At this moment, the true dragon carvings on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron seemed to have come alive as dragon roars could be heard. At this moment, the 9 dragon veins in the 9 dragon city shook violently and dragon roars could be heard. Countless people were shocked. Clang! Clang! 8 of the dragon veins had 8 divine 9 dragon cauldrons on them, and all of them were shaking violently. Suddenly, the 9 dragon cauldron closest to Lu Ming vibrated the most violently. Gravel flew everywhere. This divine cauldron actually left the ground, cut through the void, and disappeared. At this moment, deep within the 6 ancient families, the 6 family heads' eyes shone brightly. The strange true dragon bloodline. His Majesty was talking about this kid. The 6 of them said at the same time and stood up and took a step forward. When they took a step forward, a crack appeared in the void. They stepped into the crack and disappeared. 1,000,000 miles away, the fat man roared. "Ah, break for me." His fat body swelled, and his eyes were red as he swung the battle axe in his hand. At the same time, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting, and Xianxia helped him and attacked the array that trapped them. Puff! The fat man spat out a mouthful of blood on the battle axe, increasing its power. A terrifying axe radiance seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The formation was broken. Let's go to the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden. Fatty roared, and the group of people quickly flew towards the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden. In the sky above the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden. This kid is evil. Everyone attack. Shangguan Zhongyuan roared. At this moment, the remaining spiritual gods appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. There were a total of 13 spiritual gods. Attack! Clang! Just as they were about to make a move, another huge cauldron descended from the sky. Another divine nine-dragon cauldron. How is this possible? The second one. Could it be that Lu Ming can control the second one? Everyone was so shocked that they almost jumped up. Come, fight with me. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He reached out his right hand and grabbed one of the legs of the second divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming grabbed one in each hand. The two huge nine-dragon cauldrons were like two huge iron hammers. You old man, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming stared at Shangguan Zhongyuan and took large strides forward. The large cauldron was like a giant hammer as it smashed towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. This old man was filled with killing intent as soon as he appeared. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming. It was exactly because of his instigation that the other domain enlightened spirit gods had successively attacked. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many domain enlightened spirit gods besieging him. Let's attack together. Shangguan Zhongyuan's expression changed drastically, and he roared loudly. Starlight surged, and an enormous rift seemed to have split open in the sky. A pillar of starlight descended down onto Shangguan Zhongyuan. The starlight condensed and transformed into countless starry battle swords, piercing toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 12 experts attacked as well. All sorts of attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. The two cauldrons danced about in Lu Ming's hand. One of them was mainly used to block the attacks of the others, whereas the other in his right hand smashed madly towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. He only targeted a single person and attacked madly. The bloodline of the 9 dragons howled, and it seemed to have formed some sort of resonance with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, causing its might to increase greatly. Bang! As the enormous cauldron smashed down, all of Shangguan Zhongyuan's attacks vanished into thin air. The enormous cauldron that was large like a mountain smashed forcefully onto Shangguan Zhongyuan, and a strand of terrifying energy effused out from it. This energy firmly locked onto Shangguan Zhongyuan, causing him to be unable to dodge and could only take it head-on. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes, and the energy of the stars erupted madly. His fists were like 2 stars that blasted towards the enormous cauldron. But at the instant they came into contact with the enormous cauldron, the starlight was extinguished, and Shangguan Zhongyuan's fists instantly shattered. He let out a shrill cry as his body was blasted flying. Bang! 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 The attacks of the others were all blocked by Lu Ming with the other divine 9-dragon cauldron. Moreover, they were firmly blocked. The eruption of the 9 dragons' bloodline and the increase in number of cauldrons caused their might to rise to a terrifying level. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming strode through the air and continued charging towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. The enormous cauldron covered the sky as it pierced through space and smashed towards Shangguan Zhongyuan. The terrifying aura it emanated caused Shangguan Zhongyuan's heart to tremble. No! Shangguan Zhongyuan roared loudly. He felt death approaching, and this feeling made him feel like he was about to go mad. He'd come today to kill Lu Ming, not to throw his life away. He roared loudly as a tiger star appeared above his head, and there were 3 golden chakras on the tiger star. A 3rd-grade god-rank bloodline could be considered to be inferior in the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Shangguan Zhongyuan transformed into the tiger star and hoped that he could resist Chun Shi's attack. However, in the next moment, he felt despair. The tiger star instantly collapsed under the pressure of the enormous cauldron, and he transformed back into his human form. Moreover, his body cracked apart under the enormous pressure. Bang! His entire body exploded apart, and both his body and soul were obliterated. Countless people felt cold air run through their bodies when they witnessed this scene. A domain enlightened spirit god had been killed just like that. He died just like that. He'd been smashed to death by Lu Ming's cauldron. This was too inconceivable, especially the disciples of the Shangwan clan. Their countenances had turned ghastly pale, and they were extremely terrified. The other 12 domain enlightened spirit gods were extremely terrified as well, and their figures retreated swiftly. The 12 of them joined forces, and their auras fused together. Shangwan Zhongyuan's fate caused them to be shocked. Since Lu Ming could kill one of them, then he could kill another. So, the 12 of them didn't dare split up. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, howls resounded incessantly in the sky. This time, at least 20 figures had appeared in the sky, and every single one of them emanated a terrifying aura. The domain enlightened spirit gods were all experts at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and even more domain enlightened spirit god realm experts had arrived. These experts descended and converged with the 12 experts from before, and their formidable auras enveloped down towards Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The 2 cauldrons shook while the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and they felt terrifying pressure. If you want to fight, then let's fight to the end today. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. He held a cauldron in each hand as he faced the 30-plus domain enlightened spirit gods from afar, and his eyes were completely fearless. You're so young, yet your will isn't small. Unfortunately, you've used it in the wrong place. An extremely dignified voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. It wasn't those domain enlightened spirit god realm experts, and it was someone else. No one knew where this voice came from, and it seemed as if it existed in the heavens and the earth. However, the hearts of practically everyone constricted when they heard this voice, and it was like they were facing a terrifying existence. Swish! You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.